AutoCAD is a popular computer-aided design software used to design and model in 2D and 3D. In this university course, you will learn the basics of AutoCAD.
Hello, and welcome to AADA 05, a course that we teach for the first-year students in LTH in Lund University. And this course is all about showing you the basics of AutoCAD and getting you into CAD drawing. So it's going to be all about two-dimensional drawing rather than three-dimensional modeling at first. But even with that, there's a lot of things to learn and a lot of things to understand. So we'll be using AutoCAD exactly for that, right? Once you actually opened up AutoCAD, you will be greeted with this welcome screen, right? The start screen. And the start screen is going to have the recent documents row or whatever, column, I guess. And it's going to have the basic buttons, get started, open files, and blah, blah. So recent documents is basically, if you have already worked on something, that file is going to pop up here just for convenience. If you haven't, it's going to be empty, right? So instead, you just press the start drawing. And that's exactly what we're going to do, actually. Let me see. Okay. So we're going to click on start drawing. Like that. Okay, so this is what we have here, this kind of user interface. And you can't really see the top of the row, but there's basically nothing there that's super important. It's just a bunch of different icons. If you click on the large icon in the top left corner, the large A button, you will see all of the same tools that are available for you. Create a new file, open an existing one, save files, export files, publish files, or print files, I guess. Right? So printing is, well, actually, I'll talk about it once we get there, right? But the basic menu is here, right? It's located underneath that large A button. Underneath it, you have what's called the ribbon menu. And this is, the ribbon menu has a bunch of tabs. So it's like categories with the tools that you can use. But honestly, the faster you learn the commands for the tools rather than the clicking on the icons of the tools, the better it is, right? Because it just speeds up your drawing process quite a bit once you actually remember the shortcuts or the commands for the tools. So honestly, I almost never use the icons anymore. I just type in the commands, and anyone that you ask who is using AutoCAD does the same. Nevertheless, we will be kind of clicking on these and looking where they are, but also we will be memorizing the shortcuts for them as well. There is this home tab. So the home tab is going to be 99% of the time we are going to be spending in the home tab. Then we have the insert tab. From time to time, we will go in here and use one or two tools from here. There's not much here. Then we have the annotate tab where, yeah, we will be spending good time here as well. Every other tab we ignore it. It doesn't exist to us. We don't care, right? So it's only these three tabs. By now, you might be wondering, well, that you probably have more stuff here, right? More floating windows here. That might happen because you either have AutoCAD architecture rather than just regular AutoCAD, or maybe these days AutoCAD just ships with multiple open panels. Actually, can I show you? Let's see if I close that. No. Start drawing. It doesn't open up any panels here, but if you have any panels opened up that are just floating on the screen, close them. Click the X buttons and then just close them. You don't need to see them, right? Just clean up the screen. One more thing is, right now, what you see here on the screen is me logged into a school's computer, right? So on the school's computers, for instance, we are running AutoCAD Architecture 2019. And the Home tab has these three-dimensional tools of wall, door, and so on. And also it does have the two-dimensional tools. We will not be using three-dimensional tools in this course at all because, first of all, AutoCAD is not that great for three-dimensional modeling compared to competitors. Second of all, it's better to first learn how to draw and then learn how to model rather than kind of trying to learn everything all at once. It's much easier learning curve that way. So we will be only using 2D drawings. There's one more thing that I want to check, and I will be checking. I will check if there's a possibility on how to hide this, and that the way you hide this is if you use a different profile, a different viewing template. And I'll just try. Let me close this. Let me try to open it again. But this time around, what if we use no template metric? No, it still opens up. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, so those of you who have this build tab here, just ignore it. We will not be using it. We will be using this. And I'll be kind of switching back and forth between the two versions, this version and the version that I have. This version right here, just so that everyone sees, where different tools are located. One more thing is the course website. If we go to the course website, it does have AutoCAD basic commands PDF right here, which I will open. And actually I'll be using it to, and this is not a lot of tools, but I will be using it to go through these tools and kind of explain you what they do before we actually begin, well, most of them, before we begin actually going deep into drawing a building. I will be showing how to do that as well. But first, let's just kind of look at the tools. So we have that opened as well, just ready for you. Right, so let's jump into AutoCAD, back into AutoCAD. And here, there's this grid that you see here is your main viewport, right? And it's basically a two-dimensional view. You can make it three-dimensional with this box here by clicking on the side of the box, and now it's a three-dimensional space, three-dimensional grid. But you don't want to do that. So what you do is you just click on the top of the box, like so, and it's going to rotate back to 2 dimensions. We are going to draw it in everything in 2 dimensions flat, right? If your top, the name top, is not oriented properly, let's say if it's like so, if it's rotated like so, just use these arrows to kind of rotate it back to normal. So this is what you want to see: north, south, east, west, top, right? Okay. The way you move inside of this view is there's no right click and holding, right? Instead, if you click and hold the scroll wheel of the mouse, you can pan the view, right? Like that. If you scroll the wheel, of course, you zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, right, into the view. And that's it. That's all you need, honestly. You just need to be able to pan the view and zoom into the cursor. By the way, it always zooms into where you have your cursor. That's important. Selecting objects is done through by clicking and dragging the mouse. And by now you will notice that if you click and drag the mouse with the left mouse button, it kind of does this. So this is what's called like a smart selection. I absolutely hate it. Or lasso tool, lasso selection tool method. I absolutely hate it. I think it's obnoxious. So the first thing that we will actually do is we will get rid of it, right? So let's get rid of that. I just want it to be like a rectangular marking, but it doesn't let me. To get rid of it, here in the bottom, you have the command line. This is where you write all of the commands, right? And I can just write options and hit enter. Right? So I wrote options, I hit enter, and it opens up options for me. Options. And then in the options tab or options menu, I can go to, actually, let's take a look at this real quick, just so that you know what's going on. Files, this is basically where all of the supporting files are located. You don't care about this. Display is, you can change the color theme between dark and light, whatever. Crosshair size, let me show you. I'll increase the crosshair size to 100. Hit apply, hit OK. And now my crosshair looks like this. This is quite useful when you want to, or my mouse. This is quite useful when you want to align, see if stuff is aligned properly. And I have been using it for quite a while. It's quite convenient, but at the same time, sometimes it gets in the way, right? I'll type in options again and make it smaller. Was it 5? I think it was 5. I don't remember. Are you 5? Yeah, it was 5. Okay. So I changed it back to 5. Everything else here is just basically how are things shown. I wouldn't suggest you going deep into this and changing stuff up. Definitely not now, later, once you're used to the program. Opening and saving, it's basically going to ask you what kind of format do you want to always save the file in, and that's, don't argue with the program. It knows what it's doing, so don't mess around here. Plot and publish as well is it's basically where will you export out the PDFs. Don't argue with the program. System, let's ignore it. User preferences, let's definitely ignore it. Or wait, yes. Drafting and 3D modeling. I'm just really quickly going through this and seeing if there's anything worth mentioning. Not really. Defaults are absolutely fine. 3D modeling, we're not going to do any 3D modeling, so we don't care. And then selection. So this is the big boy where the culprit behind our lasso tool selection, right? So it's here. Allow, press, and drag for lasso. This line right here and this tick mark right here is the culprit. So I'll untick it and I'll just hit apply and hit OK. And now it's fine. You'll notice that the color is different depending if I'm going from bottom up or from top to bottom, but I will talk about that later. What matters is that it's a rectangle, right? And not that ugly lasso. Okay, so that's the first thing. Let me double check if in the other version, in this our AutoCAD architecture version, if it's the same. I'll just go to options, selection. Yeah, it's the same. Allow, press, and drag for lasso, and now it works. Okay. Let's jump back here. So that's that. Below you have model space, layout space, and so on. We will be talking about those during the last tutorial, not right now. And then you have a bunch of stuff here. That is not enough stuff. I want to see more. Oh yeah, okay, that's enough stuff. That's good. We will talk about those as well later. For now, let's actually start looking into the tools and start drawing, right? That's the fun part. The question is, what are the units, the measurements in which we draw? Is it centimeters? Is it millimeters? Is it inches? Is it horses per second? You know, what kind of dimensions are we talking about? I need to actually make sure that I'm drawing, for instance, in millimeters. I'm used to drawing in millimeters. So what I will do is I will type a command called units. Units, enter. And here I will see that indeed I am drawing in millimeters. And this is my precision of drawing, 0.0000 millimeters, right? So it's pretty damn precise. And degrees are, or sorry, the angle is in degrees, not in radians. That's great. The precision is only full numbers of degrees, which I have a problem with. I do want the precision to be slightly larger for degrees, at least, you know, one number after the comma. So I'll just choose 0.0. And then lighting, we don't care. We don't care about. Once I've made sure that it's millimeters and degrees, I'll just hit OK. And now we know that we are drawing in millimeters. Okay, now it's time to draw. The easiest thing to draw is a line, right? So the line tool is located here. Well, the one that says line. And if you don't see it, then you might have this version where, yeah, it's here, right? Or the shortcut for the line tool is L. Enter. L is short for line. Once you hit L, enter, or you click on this icon here, you will start reading. You will need to read what it's asking of you in the command line. So the way AutoCAD communicates with you about what it wants from you to actually be able to draw stuff is through the command line. So here it's asking line specify first point. Sure, I need to click somewhere, right? So I'll just click. Okay. Then command line immediately switches to another question, specify next point, right? Sure, I'll click again. And then AutoCAD keeps asking me to specify next point. Okay, next point. Okay, so you can see that I can keep doing this for a while, right? Just keep drawing the lines, which is not, you know, at some point I want to stop. So the way you stop is you just hit enter, right? To finish the tool, to finish the command. You hit enter and you have a bunch of lines. So now if I hover my mouse over them, I can see that only segments, like these straight line segments, get highlighted, and I can kind of select them, right? Select this one, select that one, for instance. So I can click on them to select. That's cool. How do I unselect? Well, I hit escape. Escape unselects them, right? What if I want to select many of them without actually, you know, kind of clicking on each individual line segment? Well, I can drag this rectangle here around the ones that I'm going to select, release, and these get selected, right? Which actually, and then escape to unselect, of course, which actually, yeah, let's do a small tutorial about selection here, because we already have some geometry that's available for us. So I'm going to, as I mentioned before, there are two ways of how to select. The blue rectangle, which happens when you drag from left to right, and the green rectangle, which happens when you drag from right to left, right? So the blue rectangle only selects things that are completely inside of that rectangle, right? So for instance, let's look at this line right here. This line right here, right? If I drag the blue rectangle and it's crossing that line and I release, that line doesn't get selected because it's not fully inside, it wasn't fully inside of that blue rectangle. If I drag a green rectangle and it's crossing the line in the same way, it is going to be selected, right? That's because the blue line only selects things that are completely, or blue rectangle, blue selection rectangle only selects things that are completely inside of it, while the green selection rectangle selects things that are inside of it and things that it's hitting, things that it's crossing, right? So again, the blue rectangle selection looks like that, while the green rectangle selection looks like that because it's hitting this line, hitting this line, hitting this line, and hitting this line, right? So that's that. Right, so now we have something drawn. Cool. Let's select all of it and hit delete. You know, that's how you get rid of stuff. You just hit the delete button. Mac users, backspace probably, I don't remember. You can type in delete, I think. Oh, yes, erase, sorry. You can type in erase command and it's going to erase it. Let me just see here. L, same thing. Good. I'm just double checking if, yeah, okay. Double checking if there are no kind of discrepancies between the two versions. That's good for now. So that's our line tool, which is right here. That's the first tool. Let me talk more about it, just so that you get a better idea of how things are drawn. So that line tool, again, L, enter for line. L, enter. I will specify the first point by just clicking, but then the second point, let's say I want it at this angle, whatever angle, right? But I want it to be, let's say 2 meters long, right? 2000 millimeters. So what I do is before I click again, you know, to finish the tool, or to finish the line, before I click again, I can type in the desired length, 2000, you know, 2 meters, enter. And now it becomes exactly 2 meters long in that direction, right? Which is quite useful. What if I want to draw this line segment completely horizontal, right? Or completely vertical, doesn't matter. Then the tool that does that is called orthographic snapping. And the shortcut for it is F8. F8 in the top of your keyboards, F8. Or a button that does that is located right here in the bottom of the screen, ortho mode. And you can see in the brackets, it says F8 as well. If ortho mode is turned on, if I click on it, or if I hit F8, right? So with F8, I can turn it on or off, right? If I hit F8 or turn it on, and I try to draw the line, and this time let me just use the tool, the icon here, and I draw the line, you can see that it's locked to either horizontal or vertical position, right? Which is quite useful. For instance, I want to say 5,000 millimeters, or not. Let's do 2,000. 5,000 was way too long. 2,000 millimeters, 500 millimeters, 1,000 millimeters, 500 more, 300 millimeters, 750. I don't know how long this is. Probably around 700 millimeters. Yes, and then close it off and hit enter. Right? I can have pretty precise dimensions when I have ortho on. So that's quite useful. I will show you later a few more tips and tricks in terms of the angles and snapping to different angles, but ortho, turning ortho on and off is one of the smoothest workflows, let's say, or most useful workflows. Let me get rid of this. So that's how you work with lines and then horizontal and vertical snapping of lines. Let me turn off ortho for now. So I either click here on this icon or just hit F8 and I can see that that icon is turned off now. I need to check here if that's the same thing. Yes, you do have ortho mode here. That's good. Okay, coming back here. So that's line, right? Next up is polyline, I believe. Yes, Next step is polyline. So line tool is the most simplistic tool, and all it can do is just straight line segments that are all, so to say, exploded. They are separated line segments, right? Polyline tool, on the other hand, is it can contain much more information inside of it. What I mean by that is, first of all, let's learn the shortcut for it. The shortcut is PL, enter, or clicking the icon, of course, but PL, enter, gives you the polyline tool. And with orthographic snapping turned off, I will just quickly draw a polyline without any dimensions whatsoever. I'll just draw it, whatever. I have no idea what I'm drawing, but it is what it is. Yeah, let's say something like that, and oops, and hit enter to finish the tool. So now this is a polyline rather than a line tool. If I click on this, you can see that everything gets selected. This is a type of geometry that consists of multiple lines, and all of them are joined into a chain of lines. It's super convenient for selection purposes. It's super convenient to work with, and it doesn't really have any drawbacks. Almost all of the lines that I draw during the design process and the technical process later on are polylines, not lines. Keep that in mind. Right, so we have our polyline. Can you make a polyline into multiple lines, right? Can you explode a polyline into multiple lines? Yes, you can, of course. You can just select it. Oh, by the way, if I use the blue selection rectangle, it will not select unless I have the whole polyline inside of my blue selection rectangle. While with the green one, I can just kind of slightly hit it and it will select the whole thing. Quite useful. So right, we have a polyline. How do we make it into multiple lines? How do we explode it? Well, we use the explode tool. When we have it selected, we just type in explode. I think it's EXPL, explode. Enter. And it just explodes. Right? So now all of these are separate line segments. And then you go, oh no, I didn't want to explode it. What do I do now? Well, if you just did it really recently, you can just do Ctrl-Z, undo, and it's going to undo your tool, right? Ctrl-Z, Ctrl-Z is undo. Ctrl-Y, I believe, is redo. Yeah. Or if you don't want to do Ctrl-Z, or rather, if you already have a bunch of exploded lines and you want to join them up, well, you just select all of them and type in join and hit enter. And it just joins all of them up into one polyline, back into one polyline. So there is explode and there is join, right? Quite useful. Okay, there are more things about the polyline that I kind of want to show you. Let me just think. If it's the time to show you those things. Well, maybe. Sure. Let's start pretty hardcore. PL, enter. So polyline. I'll start drawing, and I'll just create the first line segment. And what if I don't want this to be a straight line? What if I want this to be a curve, an arc, right? I can do it with a polyline tool. Here in the bottom, you can see that it does have much more settings to choose from rather than just having give me the next point, because it says specify next point, or is it an arc? Is it closed? Would you like to close it? Is it half width? And so on. So there are a lot of hidden settings in these tools that you will learn them once you need them. Let's say it like that, right? Once you have a problem to solve, then you will learn that different tools have different like small settings that you can tweak to solve that problem. We definitely don't have time to go through all of the settings of all of the tools in AutoCAD. It's a little bit too big for that. But the basic one that I want to show you is the arc, right? And you can see that A is highlighted, right? So what I'm going to do is I could just click here, but rather I will press A, type in A. As I'm still drawing the polyline, by the way, I'll press A, hit enter, and now I'm in what's called an arc mode, right? So you can see that all of the tools have changed, or not the tools, the settings have changed, and I have even more settings to work with. But for now, I'll just work with this, right? So I have the arc tool, and I can mess around with it quite a bit. So something like that. And now if I want to change it back to the line tool, all I need to do is just type in L and hit enter. And now we continue drawing in straight line segments, right? Once we're done, we just hit enter, and now we have this kind of polyline. Quite nice, quite useful, which can also, by the way, be exploded, and you know, these settings or these arcs can be deleted off and whatnot. Why is my AutoCAD just lagged a bit, but that's fine. So that's polyline, and that's all of the, not all of them, just one hidden setting inside of polyline. I will show you more later, once we actually need them. Right, let's cross off polyline from our list. And then we have the arc tool and the circle tool. Oh yeah, I already showed you. I already showed you the advanced polyline. Apologies for that, for not keeping to the script. I just wanted to show it to you. Okay, let's jump to arc and circle tools. Well, they are located here, of course. Circle, arc, right? And also, also here you have the arc and you have the circle, but you don't have the polyline here. But if you expand it by clicking this small triangle here, you will see the polyline pop up here. Again, I do suggest you using the command line instead. So we have the arc and the circle. Well, let's start with the circle, it's easier. So circle is C, enter. You just click on where you want the circle center to be, and you kind of type in the radius that you want. Let's say 250, right? So now we know that the diameter of the circle is 500, radius 250, and it's located right here. Cool. What else can we do with a circle? Let's see, C, enter. There's like, there are a few options here that we can use. And I will, for instance, without clicking anywhere, I will just select this 3P option. Select that. And now I will click 3 times on the screen, right? And you can see that those 3 clicks that I made describe the circle's position and radius, right? So that circle is touching those 3 points that I clicked. I can do it again. C, enter, 3 points, click, click. And then if I say that, well, actually I want the third one to be right here, it's going to be like a very weird circle. Okay. Click. So 3 points again, circle is touching them. Pretty cool. Then we have the arc tool, which is basically, I believe it's A. Yeah, A, short for arc. Hit enter. And it's basically specify start point of arc. Okay. Specify second point of arc. Okay. Specify the end of arc. Okay. So we have our arc done here. If I want it to be a little bit If I want to draw it differently, I can. By the way, when you hit enter, if you don't have any commands running and you hit enter, it repeats the last command that you did. So now I don't need to type in enter, I can just hit enter and it's going to kind of repeat the previous command, which was arc. Instead of specifying the start point, I will choose center here. So I'm starting to draw from the center, see from here, and then it's going to ask me to give it the start and to give it the end. Right? Now I'm basically just drawing part of the circle. Well, an arc is a part of a circle. Okay, so that's that. That's the circle and that's the arc. That there's nothing more, honestly, to them. There's also like rectangle tools and whatnot. Perhaps I should wait. I will be showing you rectangle tools later, though. I haven't even written it down here. So sure, let's ignore them. For now, circle, arc, line, polyline is enough to describe. Okay, so these four tools, circle, arc, line, polyline, are enough to describe any kind of geometry. Absolutely. Like there's no type of geometry that you couldn't draw out with these tools, right? So the basics are super simple. And what a rectangle is basically a polyline with like parallel line segments, right? Making it a rectangle. I will just really quickly show it to you and then we'll jump into snapping possibilities. So rectangle. I just like to write rect, but wait. REC is enough for rectangle to start working as a command. But I don't know why I have a muscle memory of typing in RECT, rect. Hit enter. It's gonna start drawing the rectangle and it's going to ask me to give it the first point. Sure, I will just click. And then it's going to ask me to give it another corner point, right? Or I can give it the dimensions. So I think dimensions is a much more useful use case than just giving it 2 points. So I will choose dimensions. And I'll say specify length for rectangle. So I will say, well, my length should be, again, 2 meters, 2000 millimeters. That's the length. I hit enter and then I specify width for rectangle. So I'll say, let's do a pretty narrow one. So I'll say 10 centimeters, 100 millimeters, right? 100, enter. That's it, right? It kind of is asking me for, oh, right. Sorry. That's not it. Once we added the dimensions, now with a mouse click, I need to specify the alignment of the rectangle. Is it going down or is it going up, right? Down or up, down or up. I'll say up and I'll just click. That's it. Now it's done, right? And we have a rectangle, which is basically just a polyline. If I grab the polyline, PL, I started working with it with ortho on, which is F8. And I typed in 2000, enter, and I typed in 100, enter, 2000, enter, clicked here, enter. That's it. That's this absolutely, like these two geometries are absolutely the same. Right? So that's that. Okay, let's look into, delete that. Let's look into object snapping and ways of how you can snap to different parts of objects and kind of merge everything together much more, or rather use geometry as reference for creating more geometry. You'll see what I mean in a second. All right, so object snapping. Here in the bottom, right here, you will see OSnap tool, object snap tool, which basically that small arrow right next to it will expand. There we go. A menu. Oh, wait. There we go. Just fixing it. We'll expand a menu for what types of subgeometries can you snap to. So there are like endpoints of lines, there are midpoints of lines, and so on. So I'll start showing you different ways, different ways of how you can snap to geometry. So for now, let us untick all of the snaps all together, right? So nothing is marked. Click anywhere on the screen, and let's draw a line, right? Just a line from here, and I will be drawing it straight, like vertical. I'll just give it, so if you can't, just F8 or ortho snap, turn it on, and then you will be able to. And I'll just give it 2000 millimeters. Hit enter. Enter again. Right? Now it's drawn. And honestly, I just want to move it away from the 0, 0, 0 coordinate. So this guy right here is my 0, 0, 0. So I will just select it, M, enter, M to move. I'll just move it away. So when I try to move it with orthographic snap, maybe I need to do this slower. Sorry, I'm speeding. I will select it, M, enter, M short for move, enter. I will click anywhere on the screen. Doesn't matter where I click. And then as I kind of move my mouse, you can see that, you know, it's being moved in relation to my mouse cursor. But since I have orthographic snapping turned on, it can only move horizontally or vertically, right? So I'll hit F8 or turn off ortho snap here. And now I can move it anywhere on the screen. So I'll just move it somewhere here. It doesn't matter. Away from the 0, 0, 0. I'll zoom into it. Right? So that's my line tool. Now, since we have all of the object snapping turned off, if I want to create, let's say, a circle, or let's say a circle around this endpoint, I can't because, well, I can't snap to it. And I can get pretty close, but the closer I zoom in, I keep seeing that there's an error in my, it's going to be an error in my, in the center point where I place it, right? So this is not going to work. Instead, let me hit escape to close that tool. Instead, I am going to tick mark the endpoint snapping here. That's enabled now. And now if I choose my circle tool, I can click on it. Oh, actually, when I choose my circle tool and I hover my mouse next to the endpoint, you can see that there's this green icon appearing. That green icon basically tells me that I am going to snap and I'm going to start drawing from this point, right? From this endpoint. And it even says endpoint, right? So that means if I now click, the center point of this circle is right at the end of that line. So I can make it larger. Let's say 300 millimeters and hit enter. So now I have my line tool or my circle directly centered around the endpoint of the line. I can do this again. C, enter, from here, 300, enter, right? So I have my two circles. That's the first thing that you can snap to. Another thing that you can snap to is the midpoint, right? So let me enable that. Enable midpoint. Again, I'll get the circle. I'll start drawing the circle, or rather I'll hover my mouse over where I imagine the midpoint of the line is going to be, which is right here. I'll click and start drawing, right? So you can see that it even gives me the mark. Let me do that again. As I'm hovering, it even gives me the triangular mark here and says midpoint, right? I'll draw it out and I'll say 500 for the radius, right? So this circle is located directly in the middle of this line. A circle, at least to my knowledge, yes, the circle doesn't have neither a start or end point, or it doesn't have a midpoint as well, because it's infinite in its length, right? So you can't snap to a circle in this way. Said that, there is the center snapping that we can do, right? Center snapping for a circle. So what I'm going to do is I will create one more circle somewhere close by, somewhere, I don't know, maybe here. I'll create one more circle and I'll just give it 500 millimeters again, right? And I will enable center snapping here. And I'll draw, let's just draw another circle inside of this circle, right? So I'll choose a circle tool again. And now as I hover my mouse on the edge of the circle, you can see that green circle appearing, or green markup appearing right in the middle, right? If I click, my next circle is going to be drawn in the middle of the previous one, right? So I can give it 300 millimeters, for instance. And I can keep doing that, right? I can keep hitting enter to repeat the last command, and I can keep drawing it out, like so. Okay, that's one thing. Next up, we have geometric center. So geometric center is different from a center point in the sense that I believe if you have a rectangle, let me just check. I don't want to lie. Okay, if you have if you just use the center snapping, right? It doesn't have, it only works on arcs, and it only works on circles. It doesn't work on closed shapes. So if you have some sort of a closed shape, such as a rectangle, then geometric snapping is going to be the way to go, right? So I'll turn on geometric center, or geometric center snapping, sorry, is going to be the way to go. I'll turn on geometric center, and as I am moving along this rectangle, you can see that the middle, while it gives me that snowflake thingy, it doesn't give me a green icon, meaning that I can't snap to it. But if now I hover my mouse close to that snowflake, now I'm able to snap, right? I'll repeat it again, hovering my mouse, finding that until I see that snowflake appear, clicking on it and dragging out like that. Okay, so that's done. So that's geometric center. There's more stuff that you can do. For instance, if you have a polyline which makes a weird form, something like that, and as long as that polyline is closed, meaning it needs to end where it started, click, and then hit enter, right? It's a closed polyline right now. And I grab a circle, it will show me where the geometric centroid is, right? And I can snap to it, but it's of course going to be funky. It is accurate, mathematically it is an accurate geometric centroid of this particular shape, but it might be counterintuitive for you visually, right? Seeing it there. The way it's calculated is basically, it's an average of all of the corners, the average coordinate of all of the corners of this polyline. just for the geeks out there who want to know how it works. Okay, so that's that. Then we have node snapping, which I don't care, never use it. It's basically if you have points in your drawing, we will not be using points, so we don't care. I will not be even showing you this. Quadrant snapping, though, is quite useful. If I select it, tick mark that. Now every circle that I drew has a quadrant, right? It has a quadrant here, 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 and here. I can actually show them by choosing a circle, or rather on this one. And I can see that now I can snap to this spot here. I can snap to this spot here, this spot here, and this spot here, right? So I can snap to 4 points on each of the circles. Quite useful in some cases, right? And you can kind of go even deeper and then keep snapping to those quadrants to create pretty intense graphics. Right. So that's quadrant snapping. Next up, we have intersection. So a very simple explanation would be if I have a line tool, I just draw a line here and I draw another one here, right? Let me actually draw another one. Come on, I'll enter another one right here. If I want to snap to that particular point, I can by using the intersection snap, right? So it kind of finds all of the places where two geometries intersect, right? So I can draw a circle around that intersection now. Quite useful. In this case, you might kind of be using it for this, for instance, right? And then even smaller. Right? So that's intersections. It just finds intersections between any kind of two geometries, any type of two geometries. Right. So that's intersection snapping. Next. There's extension snapping. Later, not now. Ignore. Insertion snapping, no. Perpendicular snapping, though, is super useful. Let's say I have a line, or rather we already have a line. I want to draw another line from somewhere here, let's say from the center of this circle, that would go at 90 degrees angle to this line segment, right? So I want to start drawing a line from here, from the middle, and I want it to snap to 90 degrees, which is going to be somewhere here probably, somewhere here. I want to snap it at 90-degree angle to this line. So the way I do it is I enable, I'll escape out of that, enable perpendicular snapping, like this, grab the line tool, start drawing, and then it will give me where the perpendicular snap is. Once I click there, hit enter, I can see that between these two lines I have 90-degree angle. Really, really useful stuff. If you want to, let me delete that. If you want to, for instance, if you have more circles here and you need to kind of find the 90-degree snap from these two circles to this circle, for instance, you can always do that and then kind of continue on finding the snaps to. That's a very tight fit. For that, I need to zoom in. But yeah, right? So that's quite useful. Let me get rid of those two lines. No. Right. So that's perpendicular, or in other words, 90-degree snapping. Then we have tangent snapping. Tangent snapping is basically, it's much easier for me to show than it is to actually explain. let's say we have, well, we already have a circle here. And let's say we want to draw, we have one more circle here. We want to draw from the middle of the circle, from here, a line that's going to seamlessly connect to this circle right here. That is called a tangent line, right? And let me make sure that I have it turned on. I don't. Tangent, there we go. Now we have it turned on. And now I can draw from the middle and find this icon here, tangent. Click, enter. So now as the circle is going here, it will seamlessly transition to this line. And actually, visually explaining it, I think, let me do one thing. I will explain that tool in later stages of this project or of this tutorial. But let me just do this real quick. This line and the way it connects to the arc is now seamless. There is no sharp corner, right? So that's a tangent. Let me undo that. Tangents are quite useful in that regard. Right. I don't know what I'm drawing here. Something weird. Something weird for sure. So we have tangents, right? Maybe one goes here, maybe one goes here. Sure, why not? Next. Nearest snap. Oh, and that's actually going to be the last one, because apparent intersection, I don't like that kind of snapping. I prefer a different work method, so I will not be showing that. Nearest snapping is quite useful. Once you have it turned on and you want to create a circle, just somewhere on this line, it will constantly give you the nearest point to that line, right? Or nearest point here, right? Or nearest point here, right? So you can kind of just create a bunch of circles on another. Well, if you actually don't miss it, see, enter. A bunch of circles on already existing geometry, right? So that's actually any point that is closest will be fetched by the nearest snapping. That's about it. That's about it in terms of snapping tools. The key thing is you don't want to have all of the snapping tools enabled because it gets too convoluted. It tries to suggest too many ways of how you can snap to geometry, and it becomes a little bit tricky, a little bit bothersome to work around that. So usually what I like to do is I like to turn off tangent snapping. I like to turn off intersection, quadrant snapping, geometric center, and center. And I just leave endpoint, midpoint, perpendicular, and nearest snapping. Those are the mostly used ones. If I need some other snapping method, I will enable it just for that particular tool. A shortcut of how to turn on or off object snapping is F3 button, F3. But yeah. Usually I just always have it turned on. Oh, beautiful graphics that we've made here. Right, so that is snapping, right? That is snapping. Let's take a look if everything is all right here. Yeah, it's the same thing here in this workspace as well. Good, very good. Right, so next up we have the different ways of how you can modify geometry, right? So you can move it, you can copy it, you can rotate, scale it, mirror it, trim it, extend it, blah, blah, blah. Let's go through them. Let's go through them. And once we are, once we're done with this, then we will start drawing our house, right? Little by little. Right, so first thing is move, right? That's a pretty simple one. Let's say I have this geometry here. I don't know which one to choose. Let's say all of this. I want all of this to move away, or to move somewhere, maybe to snap to this point right here, right? I can do that by selecting all of it, typing in M, hitting enter, M short for move, hitting enter, saying the base point, so clicking where I want the base point to be, and I actually want the base point to be in the middle, right? And I can't select the middle because I turned off the object snapping. So I will actually go in here and turn on center snapping right here. So now I can select the middle, click, and now I can move it. Again, if you can only move it horizontally or vertically, then you need to hit F8 or turn off orthographic snapping. So I can move it now, and I will just move it, let's say to here, doesn't matter, or maybe to the midpoint here. Yeah, sure, to the midpoint here. I'll just move it to the midpoint here, click again, that's it. It's now located here, right? Also, just like move, there is copy. I can select the geometry, I can type in copy, C-O-P, I think, yeah, C-O, okay, C-O is enough, but I use C-O-P for some reason. C-O, enter. Again, from the midpoint, let's say, to, for now, I'll just kind of make a few copies horizontally. So I'll just hit F, or vertically, I'll just hit F8, click, click. If you want to copy or move something by a fixed amount, then instead of just clicking, you first describe the direction. Let's say it's my horizontal direction towards here, and then you type in by how much. So I will just say by 500 millimeters, enter. Well, that's not a lot, but you get the idea, right? So the initial geometry was copied to the side by 500 millimeters. Okay, that's move and copy. Then we have scale. Scale is basically just changing the size of the object. You can either scale a single object, select one, scale, type in scale, or SC, short for scale, enter. And then select the point around which you're going to scale the object, from which you're going to enlarge or shrink the object. So let's say it's going to be this corner point right here, or the middle of the circle, doesn't matter. This corner point right here. And I'll just say that the scale needs to be 5, right? 5 is 500%, 5 times larger, right? So this guy becomes 5 times larger. I'll Control Z to undo. I'll select it again, and I'll scale again around the same point, but this time around I'm gonna say 0.5. That is 50%, not 500. That is half of the size, right? So it gets shrunken down. That's scaling. Nothing fancy about it. Then we have, I believe, mirror, right? Yes, we have mirroring. So mirror is quite cool. Let me get rid of this. Let's say you already have this geometry done, or not done, but you have some sort of geometry and you want to mirror it to the other side. Usually you do that with doors and whatnot. But let's just say you want to mirror it. I can select all of it and type in MI, hit enter, MI short for mirror, hit enter. And then it's going to ask me to draw a mirror line. So it's basically going to be like the line around which it's going to mirror. It's much easier to show than to kind of talk about it. So that's my mirror line. Let me hit F8 to turn it off. And now I think it's even easier to see what's going on, right? So now I can mirror this. Quite useful, right? That's my mirroring. And I can do this this way. Oh yeah, and once you're finished mirroring, it's going to ask you, would you like to erase source objects or no? So would you like to delete the initial one or would you like to keep it? I will say, don't erase, just keep it. So no. So we have mirrored this, right? And I can kind of do it again. Mirror, let's say between these 2 points, like that, enter, right? Now I have this kind of geometry going on. Let me just double check here. Whatever, any kind of geometry. Select all of it, mirror here. Well, in case of here, it doesn't ask you right next to the cursor, but it asks you here in the command line. Would you like to erase source objects? Yes or no? By default, it's set to no, so you just hit enter and it's done. So that works in both versions as well. So that's mirroring. I really want to draw a line here, so I will. Maybe not from there, maybe from here to here. I don't know. I just think it's gonna look better if we have some geometry in between. So that's that is basically mirroring. Next, trim and extend. Okay. So for trimming, I actually need to show it with a much simpler example, and then we'll go in here and kind of I'll show you how to trim stuff in here. So a very simple example would be, I have a circle, I have a line, right? And the line crosses the circle. I want to get rid of this line segment that is inside of the circle. I can type in tr, trim, enter. It's going to tell me to select objects, and unfortunately it doesn't say what kind of objects, or select all. So I can just hit enter to say select all, enter, right? And it's then just going to say, okay, what would you like to trim? So I want to trim this, right? I just hover my mouse over it and you can see that it's gone. If I click, it's really gone, right? So I can trim it away. So what it does, what trimming does, it finds intersections, right? Intersection moments, and it deletes geometry inside of those intersection moments. Or not necessarily inside, because you can do something like this. TR, enter, enter, double enter, remember, and then click here, right? It just finds the intersections and kind of deletes stuff that's sticking out or going in. So you're basically erasing segments in that way. So if I were to look at the more complex example, let's say I want to clean this up, I can say tr, enter, enter, and then I can just kind of go to town and keep deleting this. And I'll purposely make a mistake, or not a mistake, but I'll do a thing that always happens, and I'll keep kind of going here and trimming away all of these segments. And at a certain point, I can't anymore. Well, I can still trim away this one, I think, yes. But now I can't trim, well, I can trim this. There we go. Now I can't trim anything else, never mind. Now I can't trim anything else. There we go. So these two segments here, right, can't be trimmed. And the reason for that is they both meet at their endpoints. So there's no way for me to kind of, these are full segments that are meeting in their endpoints, and they're not being crossed by any geometry, right? So the trimming will not work on them. So then I just kind of select them and delete them, right? So that they get trimmed away. As you're using trimming, tr, enter, it will, you can choose to select objects rather than selecting all. So I can select, for instance, these two objects, hit enter, and now everything that I trim, right, is just going to be trimmed by those two objects. And why can't I trim this? I can. It's just I need to zoom in. Fair enough, right? And of course, you can also trim objects themselves. So these are like active objects during trimming. What that means is that I can't, when I do it that way, I can't just jump in here and start trimming. It won't let me because it has nothing to do with this geometry right here. So I do prefer using tr, enter, and then just hitting enter again. and then going in here and trimming away anything that I want in any part of the drawing, right? Much more convenient for me with that select all method, right? That's that. Let me just clean it up because I like stuff when it's clean. There we go. Okay. Wait, nope. TR, enter. Almost forgot about these two. There we go. Now it's fine. So that's trimming. That is trimming. Then we have extend. Extend is basically if you have a polyline and it's doing this, and you have another one and it's doing this, and you want this polyline to elongate until it hits this polyline, right? Or this line segment elongate until it hits this line segment. That is extend. EX. Enter. It's going to ask us to either select objects or select all. This time around, I always select the objects. And these are the objects towards which I'm going to extend, right? So first, I then select this line segment, right? I hit enter, and that's important. And then I can click on my other line segment, and it's going to be extended towards this object, right? So that's how extend works. There are some cases where it's of course not going to work. For instance, if I just say line, and I have this line, and I want this line segment to extend towards this one, it won't work, right? If I extend, enter, select this line segment, enter, and then try to select this line, it will not work. It will not extend. That's because there's no way for this line to extend so that it hits this line segment. Which actually brings us to, let's see if it brings us to, yes it does. It brings us to another tool that's called fillet. And the shortcut for it is F. F, enter, fillet, right? So fillet basically extends two line segments until they meet at a corner, right? Let's see this guy and this guy. If I fillet them, you and you, they get filleted into a corner. The reason why it's called fillet is because you can change the radius of the corner, right? So it doesn't need to be a sharp corner. Let me Control Z to undo, and let me fillet again. Fillet, or I write the full thing, F, enter. And here I'll just say radius. I'll click on the radius or type in R, enter. Doesn't matter if you click on or type in R. And here I can specify a radius. So I'll give it like 500 millimeters. I have no idea how long those lines are, but I assume 500 millimeters will work. 500, hit enter. And now I will click on the top line, click on the bottom line, and they get filleted. Quite nice, huh? Quite nice. And it gives us a fillet of radius of 500 millimeters. So that's how fillet works. There's also like options for fillet where we can see that. No, there's no options for fillet where we can wait. Never mind. Ignore what I said. I thought that it was the same as in Rhino, but it's not. So just radius for now. We will just be using radius. Delete that. So that's fillet. Fillet doesn't work with objects that are parallel. Of course, because there's no way for you to extend two objects that are parallel, two lines that are parallel. Okay. Okay, apparently it does work. What the hell? Okay, wait, fillet. Fillet, radius 0. What if radius is 0? Will it not work then? It still works. That's a smart cookie. So then if you have two objects that are parallel and you try to fillet them, even if the radius, you specify the radius to be 0, it's going to create an arc that connects the two objects. That's nice. That's a new functionality of AutoCAD that wasn't there before. Definitely wasn't there before. Let's see it in the older version of AutoCAD, if that's also the case. Well, older version, 2019 is not that old. One line segment, another line segment, fillet. Come on, fillet. Fillet from here to here. Yeah, it does work here as well. Cool. Okay, I'm learning something new as well. So if you have two parallel line segments, apparently it's going to just create an arc between them with a fillet, even if you say you don't want any radius for the fillet to have. Cool. What's next? Next up, we have zoom extends. Okay, so that's an important one. Wait, oh, wrong AutoCAD. Let's say here, right, I've been working on this and I have zoomed out and I messed it up and I have no idea where I am, right? I have absolutely no idea where I am. So what you can do is you can say Control A to select all. So Control A selects everything that you have in your drawing. And then what you can do is you can type in Z, enter, E, enter. And it's going to zoom in to the geometry that you have selected. So if you're lost in your drawing, then Control A, Z, enter, E, enter really helps. But also it's quite useful where when you have like multiple drawings on one sheet, then just saying, well, let me copy, bam, 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 fade, bam, bam. Let's say you have multiple drawings on one sheet, and just so that you don't need to zoom in, zoom out, what you can do is you can just select Z, enter, E, enter. Oh, sorry. In this case, it would be Z, enter, S, enter, selected. O, enter. I'm a little bit rusty, apparently. Yes, okay. So it's going to be selecting the object, Z, enter, O, enter. Zoom to object. So zoom extends. I made a mistake during this tutorial. Zoom extends, you don't need to do Control A. You don't need to select all of the geometry. It already recognizes that the geometry is as if it's selected. So Z, enter, E, enter, extends, will zoom into all of the geometries on your scene, in your model file automatically. You don't need to select all of them beforehand. That's useful. Yeah, forgot about that one. I apologize. Z, enter, E, enter. There we go. We're zoomed in. So that's that. Zoom extends, quite useful. And then we have array and hatch. These two I will show you later. Once we have some geometry going on in the Rhino. This is an AutoCAD course in the AutoCAD file. Once you have some proper geometry going on, then I'll show those two. Then let's draw a building. Enough of this. Let's draw a plan first, right? So I'll keep this. Why not? I'll keep this, but here I'll start drawing my building. Right? So the first thing that you do before you, or actually no, I will not keep this. I will close this file altogether, or we can just select it, delete. There we go. Select it, delete it, clean sheet, to start with. The first thing that you do before you start drawing is you check the units. We already did that, right? We are drawing in millimeters. Second thing that you do when before you start drawing is you create layers in which you're going to be drawing in. So up till now, we were drawing in a single layer, right? Which was the layer 0. AutoCAD works in layers, and different line thicknesses, different line types, and line colors are described by different layers, right? And you can turn on and off those layers. It works in a similar way as Photoshop, actually, in this regard. One more thing that I didn't note is that AutoCAD is vector-based rather than raster-based. So think of it as Photoshop versus Illustrator, right? You're used to those two by now. Photoshop uses pixels, while Illustrator doesn't, meaning that you can zoom into geometry of Illustrator infinitely, and it's not going to change resolution, or it doesn't have a finite resolution, while in Photoshop, if you zoom in too close, then you'll start seeing the pixels, right? So any kind of 3D modeling or drawing software for commercial use is going to be vector-based. It means that your lines are infinite in their resolution, in their quality. That's important to know. Okay, layers. Right? So how do we access layers? Well, they are located right here, the layers tab, of course. And you can see here, it's our active layer, layer 0. And if I expand this, that's the only layer that we have, layer 0. And it says that it's white, but it's actually black. Well, it shows white because we have a black background, but it's going to print out black. Don't ask why, just go with it. I'll explain the printing settings later. If you want to add more layers, we need to go to layer properties. So I'll click on that. Layer properties will open up this layer tab for us, which, let me expand it. And let me just make sure that you see it. There we go. So here we have these 4 icons. Create new layer, freeze, new layer, frozen. Oh, create a new layer that's frozen. Delete layer, and set a layer to current. We don't care about these 3, we only care about creating new layers. So I'm going to be doing that. I'll click on this create new layer tab, and I'll choose, and I'll say thick line, or just thick, right? So creating new layer, calling it thick. Create one more layer, call it medium. And create one more layer, call it thin, right? So we have these 3 layers here. Thick, medium, thin. Great. What can you do with them? You can turn them on or off. You can freeze them, and you can lock them. For now, just ignore the freeze area. Just think of it this way. If you lock them, you can't select the geometry of that particular layer in the viewport, which is quite useful when you have a lot of stuff layered on top of each other. Stuff that you don't want to select can be locked, which is nice. Then are those layers printable? Can you print? So that's the plot area here. What kind of color do those layers have? What's the display color? And what kind of line type and line weight? So we will be changing that in just I guess in the next tutorial. But for now, I'll just change the colors just so that we can distinguish between thick, medium, and thin, right? So the thick layer, I always like to choose red from here. Medium, I always like to use blue. And thin, I always like to use green. But it's absolutely up to you. This is just something that I'm used to. And as I'm drawing, this is the way I color code my lines. That's about it. Right, so we have our layers set up, and I'll keep the 0 layer for now. That's fine. That's okay. Once we have them set up, I can close. And now I can create, or not create, but now I can expand this drop-down list of layers, and I can choose which one is going to be my active one, the one in which I draw. So I'll choose thick layer here. Thick is my active one. And now as I draw a circle, for instance, it's going to be red because it lives in that layer. If I draw another one, it's also red, right? All of them are red. If I want to change a layer of an object, all I need to do, or multiple objects, all I need to do is just select them. And in the drop-down list, I just choose the layer, right? Once I hit escape, I'm back to my to the active layer in which I'm drawing, but now the layers of these two objects have been changed, and I can see that blue might not go well with the recording. So I will go to layer properties and change this blue to cyan, right? To cyan, not cyan, cyan, just so that they pop a little bit better. There we go. So that's that, right? Working with layers, really easy in AutoCAD. Let's start drawing. So I'm gonna start drawing in thick layer with thick lines because I'm going to be drawing a plan, and I'm going to be I'll start drawing from the walls, right? Or rather from the section of the walls. So the plan is cut at 1.2 meters. Yeah, it's cut at 1.2 meters so that you are cutting through windows, above the tables and whatnot. So it's like a locked number. You can always kind of adjust the height, you know, for different projects if there's a need for that. But the default, you know, the default number that you should have in your head is 1.2 meters. So that's how high we're gonna be cutting our plan, or our building and showing the plan through the cut. So if we go into the course website and kind of read through this, I can somewhere here, that's the course description, that's the deliverables. Yeah, there we go. No matter which client is chosen, the building footprint cannot exceed 25 square meters. Okay, that's like 5 by 5, sure, but 5 by 5 is not that convenient for me. I'm thinking of 6 by 4, perhaps. Yeah, sure. Let's do 6 by 4. We'll see how we can cram it in. I haven't planned it out in my head, so it might be a very crappy, very crappy building. But this is just to showcase the way you work in AutoCAD. Right. So I'm going to have a building that has a footprint of 6 by 4 meters, 6,000 by 4,000 millimeters. So I'm going to actually create a rectangle, R-E-C-T, rect. I'll start drawing it from anywhere, doesn't matter. And I will say that I'm going to draw it in dimensions rather than just clicking somewhere else on the screen. So D, enter, right? D, enter, and then I type in the length, which is 6,000, enter. Did I not? Yes, 6,000. And now it asks me for the width, and the width is going to be 4,000. Actually, I can kind of get away with 4,200, but for now, I'll just say 24 square meters. That's fine as well. 4,000. So, and then I'll just choose that, yeah, here, whatever. There's the rectangle there. So that's my outer footprint, right? Outer footprint. My walls have thickness, of course, and for this I will say that the wall thickness is going to be 400 millimeters, the outer wall thickness, around 400 millimeters. Usually they are a little bit thicker than that, but it's a summer house, it's a pretty small house, so 400 is okay. So what I want to do is actually I want this rectangle to go inwards, to make a copy of this rectangle inwards by 400 millimeters. And there's a tool that does that. I will show it on the side here real quickly. If I have a polyline or a line segment, and I use a tool that's called offset. Offset. Oh, I think it's, yeah, it's just O, enter. And I type in the distance. So here I'll just type in 400, enter. Then I can select the line segment here, and I can offset it to either side, to here or here, doesn't matter, and click. And then I know that between these two lines, the gap is indeed 400 millimeters, right? So that's offset. Really useful. Also works with polylines. Offset 400, like that, right? If I were to draw the same shape or similar shape with line segments, though, like that, and then I did offset. Keyboard, come on. Offset 400. Then, since I drew this with polyline and this with line tool, this is exploded. So that means that my offset is going to be a little bit more tricky, like that, right? I will need to offset every line separately, and then I will need to TR, trim, enter, enter, and trim away the doodads here, right? Clean it up. Now they're kind of the same. The only difference is that this is exploded while this is joined up, right? So back here, back to our plan, I can just do offset 400 and offset it inwards by 400. Inwards because we are already at 25 square meters. Or 24 square meters, so I can't offset it outwards. I need to offset it inwards, right? So that's the, the thing that we're going to be working with, right? That's our inner area. Not a lot of stuff to work on. So let me just quickly plan this out. Let's say we have some sort of a block here, toilet, shower room, entrance. Kind of work. Okay, so let's say I want a separate room here, right, in this area, where I'm going to have my bathroom, my shower, and whatnot in this particular room, right? And it's going to be a little bit of an awkward room, but that's going to work out. So I am going to create a line segment, right? And I'll just kind of draw it out from this corner point to this corner point, like so, and hit enter, right? So now what I have here is I have a duplicate line, right? There's this polyline here and also this line segment. The reason why I do this is because now I can take this line segment, I can select it. If you have problems selecting it, you can always use the blue marking tool and just select it that way. And I can type in offset. And let's say, how wide? So the smallest shower that is kind of nice, still nice to have, is around 900 millimeters. So we can't have it thinner than that. So I will say 900 millimeters. Such a bad space, though. Such a bad space. Okay, let's do, instead of 900, I will do 1 meter at least. Yeah, 1 meter, it creates an offset, right? And now for this line, so this is going to be like a mark where my bathroom ends. So I want to make this into a wall. So I will offset it again. I click on it. And I'll type in 140 millimeters, 14 centimeters. That's enough for the inner walls, right? 14 millimeters. And once I'm done, I just hit escape or enter, doesn't matter. And I have my my 2 line segments that describe an inner wall right here. I still do have that line segment here that I used, right? But I don't need it anymore, so I'll just select it and hit delete. Just get rid of it altogether. Right. So that's my 2 line segments. Now what I want is I want to get rid of this segment here and this segment here. So that is trim, right? TR, enter, enter. And then click, enter. Easy, right? I've just successfully deleted those 2 segments, and now I have a room here and a room here. I don't have any doors or windows or anything, but I do have a room that's 1 meter here, and all of the remaining area is located here. This is not clean anymore because this polyline and this line segment are 2 separate entities. I want to join everything up so that this is a rectangle, this is a rectangle, and this is a rectangle, so that I have 3 rectangles here. So I'll select all of it and type in join, hit enter, and yeah, that's it. Just joins them up, right? So now this is a rectangle, 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 closed. Very important that they are closed. So that is that. Let's create an entrance doorway, right? Or let's create a doorway into the bathroom, right? So I'm going to create a line segment just from here to here, from the midpoint to the midpoint, because I want the door to be centered. And the door is 90 centimeters. So the width of the door is 90 centimeters. The height of the door is usually in between 2.1 meters and 2.2. Depends on what kind of door you're using. But usually what I like to do is do 2.2 meter height doors and add, if I need to, then I add framing inside, so it kind of eats up a little bit of that height. Either way, we have the line segment. I will offset it. I'll specify the offset distance to be, because I want to offset it to both sides. It will be 45 centimeters, so 450 millimeters. Hit enter. And now I can just offset it up and offset it down like that, right? Stay with me. I hit enter. Now I don't need the middle segment anymore, so I can just select it, delete it, right? And I have these 2 segments now. So I'll say trim, enter. I'll just trim away this, oops, trim, enter, enter. Always forget to do the double enter. And I'll just trim away these 2 line segments here, right? So now what I've done is I created an opening in the wall, right? For the door to be in. I can select all of this, type in join. And now all of these segments are joined. So I have 1 polyline here and 1 polyline here. Great. Let's do this again. I will keep doing this just so that you can follow along quite easily. So I want a door here, right? And I probably want, so if there's a shower here, I do want to have a window. And there's a toilet here. I do want to have a window here, right? Right, so door, window. Okay, I will create a line segment from here to here. And I will offset it by 900 millimeters to the side, like so. Trim, enter, enter rather. And then the same thing here. Actually, this one can be the same size as the door. So I'll just kind of be cheeky about it and just start drawing from the doorway, like so. Trim, enter, enter. TR, not trim, god damn it, I keep forgetting. TR for trimming, and I create an opening here. So door, door, window. And it's probably going to have a window somewhere here, but we'll kind of take care of that side later. Okay. The thing is, well, first of all, let's clean everything up by selecting the walls and joining them up, just so that this is closed and this is closed, right? So everything is kind of neat and dandy. The thing is that here, while we are cutting through the doorway here, we don't see the bottom of the doorway. All we see is just kind of floor, 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 floor. But here the window probably will not reach the floor, right? So that means that we will see the windowsill, right? We will see the bottom of the window opening in the plan. And I need to show it, right? So I'm going to go to the layers, and I'll say that the layer in which I'm going to draw is the medium layer. So let's talk about this just a second. Thick layer is used to specify all of the lines which you get from cutting something, right? So I'm cutting the walls, right? And I'm looking at the cut of the walls, meaning that they will be shown thick in the thick line. Medium line is stuff that you see as a projection, right? So you're not cutting through it, but you can still see it. So in this case, if I have a if I have a window, oh my God! Wait, just bear with me. Sure, that's fine. So let's say I have a window, you know, that has some sort of partitioning, whatever. It's just a window, right? In the facade, and I am cutting through that window, like so, right? At this height, I'm cutting through it, and I'm looking at it downwards. I'm looking at the cut, you know, straight downwards. That means that I will see the frame. I will be cutting through the frame. I will be cutting through the glass, frame again, and then wall, right? So wall, frame, glass, frame, wall. But also I will be seeing the hole here, right? I will be seeing the windowsill. So that windowsill is not a cut. Rather, it's just a projection. It's just something that I see. Meaning that I use a medium line, grab a line tool, and I just draw it from here to here, enter. Or rather, let's just draw a rectangle instead. Might as well. Polyline tool, like that. That's the windowsill, right? And I still have the red lines above it, I guess, like the cut above it. It's just that visually AutoCAD needs to choose which kind of geometry to show. If there's like two geometries on top of each other, so it just chooses to show the medium one, but we don't care because we know that we have the thick line above it. And my camera died. Just a second. God damn it. Yeah. Bim. Ooh. You're good? Right? We're good. Okay. So that's the windowsill, right? Now for the frame, we'll do the frames in the next tutorial. For the doors as well, right? As long as we have the windowsill is fine. One more thing is we have the floor slab, right? And then we have the outside, you know, the ground, the gravel, and so on. Those are things that are in two different heights and two different levels, right? Because usually you have like a step or two steps near the entrance and blah, blah, blah. Which means that there's a line where the floor slab ends, right? Where the floor just ends. We need to mark that line. So I'll use the line tool and just mark it here. That's where my floor slab ends. Right? So we have that going on now. Nice. We will be adding doors here. The next tutorial, a toilet, shower. It's a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit tricky to plan out, but we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. For now, this is all that you need to do. Practice the lines, practice the tools, and so on, and draw out just the walls with the openings shown, right, properly. So this is the level of detail that you should have after the first day of tutorials. Next up, I will not need to show you every tool, so we will make a lot of more progress in terms of drawing in the next tutorial. For now, get to work and have fun. Bye. All right. Hello. This is going to be the second part of our tutorial series for AutoCAD, where I'm going to kind of continue on working on the plan, and hopefully we'll move forward with the section and so on. So in the first part, I've already showed you most of the tools that we're going to use. So here it's just design, right? It's just adding geometry into our plan. So let me keep the camera there. That's fine. Should be okay. Okay, so we finished off by creating openings here for the window, for the doors, and whatnot, and creating a little room for our sink to be in. Well, it's probably going to be somewhere here, the shower, and the toilet. So let's continue. So the thing that I want to do is probably add a little bit more detailing to the window, a little bit more detailing to the doors and whatnot, and then continue on working with this area right here. So first of all, I'm going to create a window. So remember where I showed you before, if you have a window like that, and I'll just draw it in thin lines without any thicknesses. Let's say you have, a regular window in a facade, and it's in a hole in a wall, right? And you're cutting through it like so. And you're looking down on it, right? You're looking downwards through the cut. You're cutting through the wall right here and right here. Right? You're cutting through the wall. You're cutting through the glass, and you're cutting through the frames of the window. So if you have divisions, you would be cutting through the middle frame as well. But I think for a window this size, we don't need any divisions. It's just going to be... Why is it lagging? Oh, let's do 50. It's just going to be this kind of window. So we're going to cut through the frame here, through the glass here, through the frame here, right? So let's do that. Window frame, what I prefer to use is 5 by 5 centimeters. Right? It's not accurate, but that is enough for our level of detail that we're going to be using. So since we're cutting through the frame, I'm going to be using a thick line, right? And I'm actually going to just draw the cut of a frame anywhere on the screen, doesn't matter. With a polyline tool, just hit that F8 button or ortho snapping on, so that it's horizontal or vertical, and I'll just give it 50, enter, to the side, 50, enter, to the side, 50, enter. There we go. Something like that. So you could do a rectangle, but I don't know. I'm used to drawing it in polyline. Now we need to take this frame and place it in the middle of this opening here, right? On this side and on this side. So I'm going to take the frame I'm going to move it, M, enter, and I'm going to move it from its, let's say, top middle point here, all the way out to the middle point right here. Right here. There we go. Click. Now it's here. Then I just take it, I copy it by using the command copy. For some reason it's not making a copy. I don't know why. Let's try again. Copy from here to here. There we go. Now we have a cut through the frame, right? So this area right here is done, and this area right here is done. Now we will be cutting through the window as well, through the glass, sorry, as well. And for the glass, since it's, this is just graphics, but I prefer to do it this way. Since we are indeed cutting through the glass, you would think that we will be using a thick line, but since glass is inherently transparent, I prefer to use a medium line thickness for it, just so that it's not too thick, right? So let me jump to the medium layer and just draw a line from the midpoint here to the midpoint here. So that is our glass in the window. The thing is that if you think about it, we are indeed cutting through the glass, but we are also seeing the bottom of the frame right here, right? This edge right here will be seen, right? Which means that here we need two more lines to show the bottom of the frame. And for those two lines, since I'm using a medium line to show the cut through the glass, I will be showing those two lines that we actually see at the bottom of the window as a thin line, right? I will represent it with a thin line. The reason why I'm doing this, is because once we print it out or plot it out as a PDF and we have it zoomed out, I don't want these three lines to merge into one thick one, right? Just because we are so zoomed out and the thicknesses eat each other up, right? So I have them separated into two thin lines and one medium line rather than thick and two medium lines, which would be a little bit more accurate, but wouldn't represent the window that well. Yeah, that's basically it. We have a window now, right? We have the glass, the bottom of the frame, and the cut through the frame right here. Okay, window is done. Now the door. Perhaps we should use, on which door do we start working on? Let's work on this one, right? So the door is, it's basically drawn, I can show you somewhere here. The door is basically just drawn as always being opened, unless it's a reconstruction project and you already have existing doors in the previous project which you reconstruct, then those doors are usually shown half opened at 45-degree angle. But in this case, since these are new doors, we are going to be showing them at completely opened at 90 degrees angle from the wall, and they will incorporate a door swing like so, right? Well, not like so, actually. I'm going to make this quite fast. Like that. So it's going to be the door swing, showing the travel of the door when you open it up, as well as the door itself being open. The door is shown in a thick line because you're cutting through the door, and the opening of the door is shown in a thin line because it's a non-existing geometry, right? It's something that you just use as a markup to show the travel. So you don't even need to have a medium line for that. It needs to be a thin line. So that kind of doorway needs to be here, needs to be incorporated here. So the way I really like doing it is by creating a line tool here. Do we do it that way? Maybe we want a little bit of an offset. Okay, let's first do a little bit of an offset. So I will create a line, or rather two lines, from here to here, and from here to here, these two line segments, and I will give them a little bit of an offset, 5 centimeters at most. We can do even less. We can do 2 centimeters, it's up to you, but I prefer using 5. So 5 centimeters, enter. I'll just offset that line inwards like so by 5 centimeters, and that line inwards like so, also 50 millimeters, 5 centimeters. So now we have these two floating lines here, and these two guidelines that we first had. I don't need them anymore, so I can delete them. So this is a bracket in which our door is going to be held, and treat these two lines as your helper lines, right? We will be deleting them later on. So now what I do is I create a straight line segment in a thick layer from the midpoint here to the midpoint here, like that, right? I select it, and now I want to open up the door, right? So this doorway, or this door board, I want to rotate it, right? So I'm going to use a tool that's called rotate, enter. It's going to ask me for a point around which I'm going to be rotating. So let's say the door hinge is right here, that point. And basically then I can just either move it like so, move the mouse like so and click, or I can type in 90 degrees and hit enter. Well, not 90, sorry, minus 90. So apparently, if you add positive values, it's going to rotate counterclockwise. If you had negative values, it's going to rotate, no, sorry. Negative values are clockwise, positive values are counterclockwise. So again, rotate, select this object, enter, rotate around here, minus 90 degrees. There we go. So now it has been opened. And now all I need to do is just create that arc, right? So I can either use a circle tool and trim away stuff from the circle tool, or I can just use arc. Well, let me show you it done in both ways. So let me do it with the circle tool first. I will create a circle from here to here, from the midpoint here to the end of the door here. I will create one more line from midpoint here to midpoint here, like that. And now I will trim, enter, enter again, and I'll just get rid of the unnecessary parts of the circle to just get that arc there. And now I can delete all of the unnecessary stuff and change the arc of the doorway, right? Of the door swing. So that's that. I will show another method of how to create that arc in this version here, because we need a doorway here. So let me do the same thing first. From here to here, we have a line segment. From here to here, we have a line segment. I offset them 50 millimeters, offset inwards, escape out, delete the trash or the helper lines, like that. Create a line segment, bam, something like this. Rotate. That, and this time around it's going to be counterclockwise, so it's just going to be 90 degrees like that. And now what I can do is I can just create an arc, let's say arc tool, or enter, and I will say that the center point of the arc, or rather I will not be using start point of an arc, but rather I will be using the center mode for the arc tool. So I'll click on that in the bottom. which will ask me to give it a center. So the center is going to be located right here, where the door starts, right here. And I'm just going to draw an arc from this point to this point. That's it. That's an arc that has been created. Now we clean up the trash again and change the arc layer to thin. That's it. So those are two different methods of how you can actually use the, or how you can add the arc. Sorry about this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, moving on. So we have 2 doorways, we have a window. Perhaps I want a window here as well, but first of all, I need to plan out how my whole room is gonna look like. So let's say we enter here. We will need some place to put down our coats, and we will need some sort of a place for a bed. And it's just going to be a small bed because we can't have a large bed here. So let me just create, just to see the proportion of the room, let me just somewhere else on the screen, let me just create a size of a bed that I want. And it's going to just be, I'm drawing it with polyline, 2,100 millimeters long. I'll go for 1 meter 10, 1,100 millimeters wide, 210 or 2,100, and close off the polyline. So that's my bed, and it's going to be in a medium medium layer. I'm just going to move it somewhere here and start planning out how everything is going to be kind of arranged and how everything is gonna look like. That's not great. Let's see if we can make it better. I'll rotate this from here, here. There we go. Reposition this to here. That's a little bit better. We can have a table here, but the door is going to be obnoxious. That's fine. We can flip the door around. Let's see how wide the table is going to be. So I can check the distance here. I can measure the distance by typing in dist, short for distance, enter, and clicking on 2 points. So from here to here, give me the distance. And right next to my cursor, or also above my command line, well, we can't see it anymore there, I will see the distance. So let me try that again. 1,960 millimeters, 1.9 meters. That's a lot. That's quite enough for shelving and also the table. So I'm gonna do that. I'll create a polyline and I will say that my table is, let's go for a pretty thin one. Let's go for 600 millimeters. 600, enter, until here, here, here. There we go. And this block is just going to be representing my table, right? So bed, table, there's going to be a chair here, and then this door is in the way, right? It's just messing everything up. So what I'm going to do is I will mirror this door so that it opens up here. The way I do that is just I'll create a line in the opening just to have the midpoint of the line. I will select the door, I'll type in mirror, and then I will use the midpoint of that line. I'll mirror the door horizontally, like so. And when it asks me to erase source objects, I'll actually say yes, right? So that it deletes the old version. That's it. Now it has been mirrored. Quite easy. As you can see, most of the time I have orthographic snapping turned on for this project. Yeah, that is how it is. Okay, so we enter. Really hate the entrance here, though. Like the flow is really bad. I'll solve this later. I'll solve this later. I think there are ways of how to solve this. But for now, let's continue. So now I need a kitchenette, right? So kitchen cabinets always have the same module size, and it's always 60 by 60 centimeters. So the refrigerator, the stove, the sink cabinet, all of them have 60 by 60 centimeters. That's the, not regulation, but the default value, let's say. So I'll switch to medium, and I'll just create that single rectangle of 600 mil by 600 mil by 600, like that. That's our single segment for the kitchen. And I'm thinking of having the kitchen right here, right? So that's, let's say that's our refrigerator, copy. That's going to be our sink, our stove, and, or rather, maybe the stove is here, the fridge is here, the sink is here, and the cutting area and food preparation area is here, right? So we have that. That's good enough. I think that's good enough. And now I can add one more wall right here, just for, how do I call it? Just as separation, you know, kitchen from the entrance. Also, it will create a little bit of a hallway here, which is fine. So I will create a polyline. I'll just draw out, well, let's go for thick line. I'll draw out a wall, but I don't really know how long the wall can be. So what I'm going to do is I will create an offset for the bed. Offset for the bed, and I'll give it like 900 millimeters, like that, right? So now I know that this gap right here is walkable, and it's easy to kind of walk through, and yeah. So basically I am able to walk around it. So now I know that the longest wall that I can have is something like this, right? In the gap between here, I will create a polyline now, draw it out like so. I'll give it 140 millimeters to the side and finish it up here. And now I don't need the helper line anymore, so I can delete it. So that is my second partition right here, which I think is fine. You enter, you put down your clothes, you can work, you can sleep, you can use the stove, or you can prepare food, and you eat where you work. Yeah, that's fine. That's reasonable, I think. Here, right here, I have a line segment that I don't need in the wall because, you know, my wall kind of continues on here. So I'll just trim it away, trim. Enter, enter, get rid of that. And then I'll join up these two separate segments, this one and this one. I'll just type in join to join them up and make it kind of a closed polyline to just have it clean. Okay, once you enter, you want to put down your clothes somewhere. So I will create a little bit of a shelf, I guess, not a shelf. Let's just call it clothes storage, right? I will create that, and it's going to be, let's go for 500 millimeters, 500 mil, like that. I have no idea how long this is, so I need to actually, before I create that, that area right there, I need to measure distance from here to here. 1.2 meters. We have 1.2 meters for that. Sure, 1.2 by 500 millimeters. So 1,200 by 500, sure. I'll switch to medium line and I'll just draw it out from here to here, 500 to here to here. This is where we put our clothes, right? Now I really want to solve this because this is kind of obnoxious that you need to close, have the door closed. Of course, you most of the time will have the door closed and it's going to work, but visually it's not that nice. So I am going to probably create a toilet here and see how far I can move this doorway away from the desk. So the toilet is, well, actually for the toilet, you can consult Neufert, or you can just go to Google. Let me just type that in real quick. Just give me a second. Just a second. There we go. Google toilet dimensions. Dimensions, images, sure, why not? And just find any image here, and then you can see 690 by 35, let's see. So 69 centimeters by 35 centimeters. Sure. I'll just draw it out as a rectangle for now, because all I care about is just the size. We will make it nice later. 690 in, well, 350 in width, 690 in length, 350, 90, there we go. Something like that. And just place it here. Which means that we do have a little bit of room for this to move out. And I think we will use that. I think we will use that. Should we use that? Yeah, maybe we should. So I'm just going to move everything to the side a little bit. The way you do that is, well, you can just kind of select these two polylines here, and notice where we have these points here. I believe we can just kind of move those points around, can't we? Let's see. Yes, we can click on those points, on those corners, and just move them up. And I'll just move them up by just a tiny bit. Do I want to do that? Sorry about this. I need to design it in my head real fast. Do I want to move them? I mean, I do like the center composition here, but maybe we can break the center composition. Nah, I'll keep it. I'll keep it. So I'll escape out of this. And it's lagging. Escape. I'll actually keep it. That's fine. It is what it is, right? The opening, when the door here is opened, you can't go through here, but that is the bane of small houses. My thoughts were that I could move this opening towards somewhere here until here, and then flip the door around again, mirror it back to what it was before, and then you will have a smooth transition into the toilet, the bathroom. But it's not ideal. It's definitely not ideal as well. So might as well just keep it the way this is. It's fine. Let's just move on. So we have our toilet here. The shower, I don't even think we need to create like a separate shower cabinet. I think we can deal with this part here as a shower cabin in general. So that's fine. It will have a mark which shows that, you know, that the shower ends here. And let me just measure the distance real fast. How wide is it? It's 1 meter wide, so it's a pretty damn wide shower. We can actually, we don't need it to be that wide, do we? Well, we kind of do, because if we put a sink here, then we need a gap here. Yeah, so okay, we will have a pretty large shower, but the depth of it is a little bit too big, I think. let's see, the distance, 1.15 meters. That's actually reasonable. Usually the smallest shower that you can have is 800 by 800 by 8. Yeah, 800 by 800 millimeters. So something like this. So here what we have is basically just a larger shower. That's fine. That's fine. Maybe I will indeed move this line back by negative, or not negative, just 150 millimeters. So it's meter by a meter, a little bit cleaner, right? So this is where our shower is. I think we have it planned out. I think that's good enough. Now just adding a few bits and pieces here to the walls to make it a little bit more lively here. Okay, so as you're preparing food, you will want a window for sure. So I will be creating a window here. From here until here, there's going to be a window. And let me just immediately make it thick line. And let's draw it in a thick line. There's going to be like a long window here. And also you want a window for the desk, depending if you're using a computer or not. Sometimes you don't want the window directly on the desk. So my thoughts are, what if we do a window that is straight up a corner window? So it starts here and it's going to end here, right? So instead of that line, it's just going to be a window all the way around, and it's going to be like a corner window. I think that's gonna look cool. So might as well do it. And also it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge for us to actually make it nice. So window. Right now I have a lot of stuff here that I don't really need to see. So I'm going to expand my layers tab, and I'll hide the thin line and the medium line layers by just clicking on the light bulbs here. So now they're hidden, just so that it's kind of easier for me to work with this. I will trim away, trim, enter, trim away this whole portion of the building, because that's where my window is going to be. I'll make sure to join everything up so that this is a single polyline and this is a single polyline. Sorry. And I'll turn on the medium layer again and make it my active one. And now I'll draw out from here to here. I'll draw out the windowsill. It's gonna be something like that, right? Something like that. And now all I need to do is just fillet the windowsill into a corner, right? So I'll make sure that the radius is set to 0. So fillet, R, enter, R short for radius, enter, 0, enter. So I made sure that there's no rounding. And I will just fillet this with this. Come on, with this line. Enter to repeat the fillet command. And I'll fillet this with this. There we go. So they get kind of extended and filleted into one area or one polyline. Well, they are not one polyline yet. These are two separate polylines that make a corner. So I'll actually create a polyline here, or a line segment rather, here and here. I'll select all 4 of these lines, that and that, and I'll join them up. Join. That's it. Now it's a single closed polyline. Great. So we have that. Now on to creating the window frames. Well, to do that, I will be reusing this window frame here, window frame cut here. So I'll just copy it. I'll copy it from the side midpoint right here to the midpoint right here. There we go. That's one frame that's being cut. I'll also make a copy to the other side of the window, from the bottom midpoint here to the midpoint here, like that, right? Now I need to know where exactly is the frame going to be located here in the corner. And the way I do that is I'll just draw out two helper lines, like that and like that. So it goes from around the outer perimeter of the frame, so from this point as well as from this point. And they meet up in this corner, meaning that now if I take this and I copy it from its corner point here to the corner here, this is going to be like a clean transition, clean 90-degree bend. So I don't need the helper lines anymore. I have the corner frame located right here. Usually the corner frames do have a little bit more of a thickness to them, but in this case, since we're dealing with low detailing level for our plans, we don't really need to show that. That's fine the way it is. Now on to adding more frames, because this is a pretty long window, so it's going to have partitions. I'm thinking of adding 2 partitions here. So I will first measure the distance between this and this, and I get 3,325 millimeters, which is not great, but that's gonna do the trick. I will just run a calculator. 3325 divided by 3 is 1.1 meters approximately. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this frame and I'll copy it. I'll copy that frame cut downwards by 1.1 meters, like that. And I'll take the bottom frame, I'll copy it upwards by 1.100, enter. Escape out of the copy. So now I have like a pretty okay transition here. And also I believe we do want at least one window frame here in the middle. So I'll repeat the process. Distance from here to here, that's 2.525. So that's going to be, well, math is hard, okay? Let me grab a calculator. 2.525 divided by 2, 1.265. So I will actually do this, 1.265.5. So I'll take this this frame right here, I'll copy it to the side, 2.565, I believe. Poof! No. 1625.5. 1625.5. No, oh, god damn it. 1265? Let's do it again. I messed that up. Let me measure distance again. God damn it. 2525, right? Yeah, 2525 divided 2, 1265.5. Copy. Come on. Copy. Copy. Here to here, 1265.5. Enter. There we go. In the middle. Okay, so we have that done. And actually it's not going to be in the middle, right? Because the frame itself has a certain amount of thickness. Let me just double check with measuring 2 distances. From here to here we have 1215.5, and from here to here we have 1259.5. 1259.5, 1215. So that is going to be, I need to just keep calculator open. 1259.5 minus 1215.5. That's going to be 44 millimeters of an error. So I'm just going to move this further by 44 millimeters. Now it's in the middle. You don't really need to, well, sorry, not 44. That's going to be 22. You don't need to do this. Now as I'm doing it, you don't need to do this. It can be, in this stage, it can be approximate. It doesn't need to be that precise. But just wanted to kind of do it just for purpose of being methodical. Okay, frames are done. Now it's time for glass. So that's just line segments from midpoint to midpoint here, cutting through the glass, mid to mid, mid to mid, mid to mid. That's done. And now with thin line, keep layer turned on. So I had it turned off. So once I selected the thin line layer, it asked me to turn it on. So I did. So with thin line layer, I will create 2 more lines for each of the window frame, like that. Like that. I'm just hitting enter to repeat the command. So I'm finishing the command and then hitting enter to repeat the last command to kind of keep drawing the line segments. That, and finally that. Okay, we are done. We have our corner window that is finished. All right, so that is our initial plan, and that seems okay. There's going to be a sink here. Questionable design here. Maybe if we do an arc, it's going to be fine. Let's do an arc. So I'm going to, or rather, let's just do a polyline first. So I know that the distance of this window is 900 millimeters, right? 900 millimeters wide. So I'm just going to make a sink that's 900 in length. And the width of it, I actually want to use like 400 millimeters because it's just a sink. Yeah, sure. Let's use 400. 900, 400. There we go. So we have our sink here, and I'll just move it. Enter, select objects, enter from this point to this point, right? I just kind of move it, and I'll place it in the medium layer like that. And now these corners right here are kind of obnoxious. So what I'm going to do is I will round them off as much as I can. So my thoughts are I need to use fillet, right, for this. So I will use fillet, enter, and I know that this is 400 millimeters. So my radius cannot be larger than 400 because it will just break. It will not work, right? So I'm probably going to use something like 300 millimeters. I think that's going to be enough. So fillet radius 300, enter. And then this line fillets with this line by 300. Then enter to repeat the fillet. This line fillets with this line by 300. That's it. This is now a little bit better in terms of transition. What I really would encourage you doing in your future projects is where we have the toilet, we have this area which holds the water. This whole area right here can be hidden in a wall, right? It can be placed in the wall, but the wall of course needs to become thicker. And as you place it in the wall, above it you also have possibility for shelves and whatnot, you know, for all of the, you know, toilet paper rolls and so on. So I would encourage you to, in your future projects, just to do something like this. Create a separate, well, in the medium thickness, is it medium? Yeah, let's do medium. In medium thickness, just create a shelf right? Enter, come on. Just create a shelf that is around 300 millimeters, maybe even less, 200 millimeters wide, like that, like that. So the shelf eats up the bottom or the last part of the toilet, and the only thing that is kind of sticking out from the shelf is the bowl of the toilet. It's just more aesthetic, it's just nicer, right? So I'll just grab the polyline tool and redraw just the bowl area of the toilet. For that, I do need to have intersection snapping turned on. Enter, so that I can start drawing from this intersection point here and kind of draw out this U shape here, right? And now I can delete the old version, right? So this is just the bowl, and let's fillet it. Let's make it nicer. So I'll fillet. First, I'll measure the distance from here to here. Well, or rather, from here to here, we have 350 millimeters. So half of that is 175 millimeters. So I'll do a fillet of 150 millimeters for both corners. Fillet. R, enter. How much did I say? 150, right? 150 from here to here, 150. Enter again from here to here, 150. So we have that. I will also close off this polyline by just creating a line segment here and joining it with the rest of the bowl, just to have it as a closed polyline. And I will offset the bowl inwards by 50 millimeters, 5 centimeters, just to have something like that. And now I will fillet these two corners here with a little bit less of a radius. So radius is going to be like 50 millimeters, not more than that, just to make it a little bit nicer. So we have that, and then just a small circle. The size of it doesn't matter, the positioning of it doesn't matter. Just to show, maybe a little bit bigger, just to show drainage. Come on, tail around the center point 1.5 times. There we go. So we have a toilet, right? What graphically I like to do is this toilet right here. I like to make all of the inner lines thin while the outer line is medium, right? We are not cutting through the toilet. Here in the shelf, in the case of the shelf, we are cutting through it, but it is a furniture piece, meaning that we are not going to be showing it in a thick line, with a thick line. Rather, it is going to be a medium line, but it is going to have this kind of markup with a thin line. This, right? That means that this is a shelf. Okay, same thing actually for this shelf as well. From here to here, and from here to here, right? Or cabinet, I guess. Yeah. So we have that done. Now for the sink, same procedure. We offset. 50, sure, 50 is fine. Inwards. We fillet. Radius 50. I wonder if that's gonna be enough. Yeah, that's enough actually. That like that. I will create a drainage hole here. I'll just snap to the middle area. That. And I'll create a tap, you know, where water flows from. So I'll create a tap. I don't know, 150 mil maybe. 50 mil, or no, definitely not 50 mil, 20 millimeters, 150, something like that. Very simple. You don't need to get rid of that. You don't need to have it super precise. And this becomes a thin line as well. So that's our sink. For the shower room, I think what we can do is add a little bit of shelving here, just a tiny bit, like 10 centimeters. like that. Well, that will need to be medium. This is for shampoo bottles and all of that good stuff. Something like this. Then create just a circle somewhere. I'll just snap to the midpoint, let's say here, and I'll say that the circle is 200 millimeters in radius, and just move it probably somewhere here. So that's the shower head, right, which will pour water. Okay, the bathroom is done. The bathroom is indeed done. Let's move on to the bedroom slash workroom slash kitchen slash dining room slash living room, to the rest of the space. I'll kind of work on this real quick. So I said that I want to have, maybe refrigeration can go here. So refrigeration is basically just, it's marked out like so. Like that. Then you take all of these lines and you scale them, to the center point by 0.3, let's say. Like that. That's refrigeration. Then you have, so you take your food out, you kind of want to place it. And then it's a little bit cramped. Okay, you take the food out. Do you want to place it immediately, or do you have placement here and you cook here and then wash here? Take out, wash, cook, place. Take out, wash, place, cook. Yeah. So okay, so this is going to be a sink. And for the sink, I'm just going to let's just draw out some sort of polyline that's going to be the width of the sink, let's say, is 500 millimeters. The length of the sink, or the length of the sink is 500 millimeters. The depth of the sink is going to be like 300 millimeters, not more than that. 500, finish up, fillet, and then we just fillet it with just a little bit of a radius. I'll just give it like 5 centimeter radius, just so that it's nicer. Like that. Okay, I'll just take the sink then and move it from the center point here to the from the middle point there to the middle point there, and move it inwards into the cabinet by 50 centimeters, something like that, or 50 millimeters, sorry, something like that, so that you have a little bit of area to place your stuff in here. I need a tab, so I'll just borrow the tab from here. Copy. Move it here. Of course, it needs to be rotated, so I'll rotate it. That. It's actually fine the way it is, but I like to have them off center. Like that. Trim that away. I'll create a circle here around this midpoint. The size doesn't matter. Like that. That's our sink, right? Nothing more than that. Then this is just a cutting area, so we don't need to do anything with it. And this is our cooking area, cooking stove. So cooking stove is basically, it just has 4 heater blocks. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'll just be a little bit cheeky and I'll separate all of this into 4 segments. And then for each of these 4 segments, I will just create this kind of a diagonal line. And you'll understand why I'm doing this in just a second. So I have these diagonal lines here. Each of them have a center point, right? And I can use those center points to show, to use as center points for my circles, which will show the heater blocks for the stove, right? So usually you have 2 that are in same size, so I'll just use 70 millimeters for this one, 70 millimeters for this one. Then you have one pretty large one, So this one, let's say, is going to be 100 millimeters, and you have one pretty small. Let's do 50 millimeters. Now I don't need anything else. I just have those 4 heater blocks. Looks bad. Why does it look bad? That's because it's too close to the edge here. But well, maybe we can just do this, and no one will know. Now it's better. Okay. That's it. That's it with the kitchen. I will want to draw a cabinet above the, or maybe I don't want a cabinet. I need to fix one thing. The refrigerator is high, right? And the window is going to be behind the refrigerator. So this is a bad design, right? So I'm going to remake this whole area right here. That's my bad. Sorry about that. So actually this wall right here, it needs to extend until the end of the refrigerator. So I'm going to, how do we do this? Well, let's first create that wall segment here. Or rather, first let's create the wall segment here. Like that. Perfect. Now let's actually select the blue windowsill line and move its points from here to here. You can also do trimming and so on, but just moving those points around is fine. So we do that. Then we trim. Enter. We trim away this area right here, like so. And we join everything back up. So this is joined, that's clean, that is also clean. Okay, so now I will take the frame, copy from here to here. How wide is it? From here to here we have almost 2 meters. That's still too wide, so I'm going to, oh, it's not that wide, but no, I'll still add a division here. So if it's, actually I'll show you another way of how to do this. If you just draw a line segment here and you use the midpoint of that line as your helper, copy from the midpoint here to the midpoint here and then delete the helper, you don't really need to do any maths. It's right in the middle. So that's kind of useful. Actually, I'll just draw out the lines in one layer and then just switch the layers around of already existing lines. Oh man, the sun is shining. That's not usual. You need to do this. That's not usual in Sweden. I assume we will get like 2 weeks of rain now because of this displeasure that we have of the 2 days of sun. Okay, so we're back on track, right? We have this done. All right. What's next? I will add a cabinet above, like near the ceiling, but I will do that later, not now. Let's solve this and then we'll move on to creating the section. So this, we have our table, right? That's just a table. We don't really need to add anything to it. If you want, you can add a monitor or you can add some books and whatnot. You know, you can make it more lively, but it's just a table, so that's fine. And we have a bed. So for the table, I need a chair. So I'll just kind of create a circle that's, let's go for radius of a chair. Radius of a chair. Let's say 20 centimeters. So 40 centimeters in diameter. No, that's too little. Circle, let's do 50. So 25 centimeters in radius, something like that. And my chair is going to let's say it has a back brace that is an arc, so I will just offset it inwards by 5 centimeters. I'll just grab I'll just create two line tools here, or 2 lines here to both sides. And then I'll just go to town trimming everything that I don't need. So I trim, enter, enter. I don't need this, 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 or that. That's it. This whole thing gets joined. So now it's a single polyline, and this is another polyline, or rather a circle. So here, this guy right here is going to be medium. This guy right here is going to be thin. And the chair is going to be, what I like to do is I like to rotate the chair just a tiny bit. That's not a tiny bit, so let me rotate it back just a tiny bit to make it more lively, and place it underneath the table slightly, right? Trim away with the table, there we go. Just so that it's, you know, under the table, and you can see that it's actually a chair. So that is that. Now for the bed. The bed. We really need just pillows and the bed sheets, right, to show this as a bed. So that's not going to be tricky. I'm going to just grab a rectangle tool, and I'll just make 2 random rectangles for the pillows. Pillows are not that accurate, so I can kind of get away in making weird ones. Just for reference, I'll measure the distance. That's 300 millimeters. So I will fillet all of the pillows by 130 millimeters or 140 millimeters, right? So all of the corners get filleted. Wait, that's, again, fillet, R, enter, 140, enter. Ah, there we go, now it works, okay. So just fillet. Right now I should probably, I forgot to mention one thing. There's one more snapping option that you can accidentally enable, and that's called grid snapping, which I believe is, yeah, it's right here. Snapping mode grid. If you have this turned on, then your cursor, or when you're trying to draw something, it's going to snap to the grid lines, like so. That is obnoxious, and I absolutely hate that. So just make sure that grid snapping right here in the bottom is turned off, right? Just a tip. Okay, so we have 2 weird pillows here, one large one, one smaller one. That's fine. I can actually place them together and trim let's say the large one with the small one, like that. Go away. Like that. I will make them thin, like so. So those are two pillows, and let me just position them a little bit more centered, like so. Then we have a bed sheet that will go over the pillows. So it just kind of goes over them like so, right? And it trims away half of the pillows. So that is the bed sheet. And the bed sheet, usually the way I personally prefer doing it is it has this kind of a fold here, right? So it's folded out. That's it. That's the bed with 2 pillows kind of tucked away behind the bed sheet. All right, we have this this plan. Then the plan. Let's move on to creating a section. So, or no, sorry. Well, maybe. Apologies, just a second. I'm gonna think, can we move into section making? yeah, let's move into section making. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to mark out where we're going to cut the building through, right? With what's the cutting line. So I'm just going to create a straight line segment, like that, and I'm just going to see where, with the move tool, where I can position it so that it cuts and shows the most things. So my thoughts are, and usually you don't want to cut through the furniture. You either show the furniture in the projection of the cut, or you don't, right? But you don't cut through the furniture. In this case, we are going to be cutting through the sink, but that is fine. If you are cutting through furniture, you're not hatching it in, so you're not filling in the cut. That is important to note. You're just showing it as if it's in the projection. Let's do that. I think we can do that because we'll see quite a bit. And my viewing direction is going to be that way, right? So I'm going to see, I'm going to be cutting through the window, through the sink, through the door, through another door, through another window. I'm going to be seeing the door, the side of the cabinet here, or the side of the shelf here, the kitchen area, kitchen front. I'll see side of the window and the toilet. What I won't see is the shower, the bedroom, or the bed and the work table, which is fine. It's, you can't add everything to a single section. Usually you need to do more than one section to show everything in the building. That's fine. So the way I really like doing this is, first I will go to layer properties here, and I'll just create a new layer and I'll call it helper. Helper layer, and it can be white, that's fine. Just a single additional layer. I'll make it my active layer. So that's my helper. And what I want to do is basically make a cut here. So I need to have all of the correct dimensions. So my workflow, and it might be, I think it's a workflow of everyone who uses AutoCAD, is just dragging out the lines, or maybe I should draw it from here just so that it's clear, more clear for you. Dragging out the main lines that I wanna keep working with, right? That I will see in this section. So that can come in later. Well, no, let's do it now. Like that. Then this is gonna be a line. This doesn't necessarily need to be a line, but I'll add it. Then we have the whole kitchen area. So this edge right here is gonna be a line. And then we will have the last line here. So we have a bunch of like vertical lines extended. There's like that, I forgot the name of it. Just a second. How is it called? Construction line? I think it's construction line. Yeah. So there is one more tool that can be used, and it's called construction line. So it's located right here, or the shortcut for it is X line. And the thing about X lines is that they are infinite in length, right? So you can use construction lines, but this is a very simple project, so I'm not really using them, right? In this case, so I'm just dragging out regular ones. Right. So we have that, and now I will just start drawing, right? So I'll create. Let's stick to the helper layer for now. First thing that I do is I'll just draw a horizontal line. This is going to be my ground, right? This is my ground line. And basically my building starts here with this line and ends here with this line, right? And I'm taking that projection and looking at it. All right, so I have that going on. And now I can actually start drawing, right? So let me go and create a thick, line here, and create a polyline. Change this to thick layer and create a polyline. And I'll just draw out in between the walls. So this wall right here and this wall right here, in between them, I'll draw out the floor slab. So I know that the floor slab will start from here, will end here. Its height is going to be something around, I would say 400 millimeters. Something like that, 400. Finishes up here, bam, that's done. That's my floor slab, and I accidentally drew it above the ground line, right? So this is like our ground cut, where we start cutting through the earth. So this is air, this is air, this is earth, right? So I'm going to just take this and move it into the ground. Like that. Okay, so that is done. Now, my walls, right? I'll just kind of create the walls. So the question is, how high is the ceiling going to be, and what kind of roof are we going to have? Okay? That's the main question. And I haven't sketched this out, so I have no idea. My thoughts are, let's have an awkward pitched roof. Why the heck not, right? Let's have an awkward pitched roof. Maybe. Give me a second, I'm just thinking. Or no, I will not be making a pitched roof. Instead, I'll make like a separated, some sort of a separated roof here. Why not? So I need the height of the ceiling, right? So I will offset this ground line by how much? By how much? I can also just copy it up as well. Let's say the ceiling height in my shower is just going to be 2,600 millimeters, 2.6 meters. Which is probably going to be pretty high. Yeah, that's pretty high. Let's do less. Offset 2,400 millimeters. Also pretty high. Go again. Offset 2,300 millimeters. I don't want to go lower than that. So okay, so that's my ceiling height in this area. And for this area, I will want a higher ceiling height. So let's say offset 3,000. Yeah, let's just do 3 meters, 3,000 millimeters, something like that. So that's going to be the ceiling height in this area right here. I think that's gonna work. I think that should work, right? Yeah, that should work. Yeah, it's gonna work. Okay, so now I have my floor slab. I need to create walls, right? So I'll just grab a polyline tool and I will just start drawing in the walls. So my wall here is going to look like that. Enter, right? And my wall here is going to be larger. It's going to look like that. Enter. Right? So I have one wall here, and the ground slab here, or the floor slab here. Okay, so we have that done. Now for the actual roof slabs, I will create more offsets here. Bear with me. Offset. And the roof is usually thicker than the walls. These days, the roof is around 700 millimeters thick in buildings. But for this particular summer house, I think we can get away with 500, 400 millimeters. I'll just do 400. Well, 450. Let's have the middle ground here. So I will offset it by 450, and I'll offset the ceiling, the high ceiling up by 450, and the smaller ceiling up by 450, like that. That's a lot of lines to look at now, right? And you will get used to it eventually. Now, actually, what I can just do is I can take a rectangle tool and just draw out the roof slab. Let's say, how far will the lower roof slab reach? Probably until here, right? And then we will have the large roof slab going on here. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the trick. So I have this line marked out, and this is going to be how far the bottom roof slab reaches. So I'm just going to draw out. Oh, now it's this line here. So I'm just going to draw out a rectangle, like so. That's my bottom roof slab. And then for the top roof slab, of course, it continues on from where the bottom roof slab ended, until here. There we go. So we have roof, wall, floor. Let me delete all of the horizontal lines. We don't need them anymore. We will be working with vertical lines, but we don't need the horizontal ones anymore. Right, so we have that going on. Now let's create some foundation blocks, because this is a little bit obnoxious, right? The way this connection looks like, that's not a strong connection. So I'll create a polyline, and I'll just create a block that, how deep is the floor? So the floor is 400 millimeters deep. So I'll create a foundation block that is let's say plus 600 millimeters. So the foundation block is going to be 1 meter deep from the wall, right? So polyline going down 1000 millimeters, finishing up here, connecting as a rectangle. Same thing here. Well, actually, let's just copy it. Why not? Copy from here to here. So that's the foundation that's going into the ground. Okay, that is done. Now, I kind of want to clean everything up, right? So I will hide the helper layer for just a tiny bit. I will hide it, and I want to join everything up into one big happy family. And also one more thing that I want to do is add a wall segment right here, because these two roofs need to connect, right? So I will create a polyline from here to here, and it's going to be, let's do, honestly, I would want to do 400 millimeters, but in this case, let's do 250. And how long is it? 700 millimeters down, and just close it off like that. Okay. So now we have our shape, and honestly, the way I would do this, I could start trimming and joining, but this is going to be so much faster if I just change this to medium layer, turn on thick layer, or change this to medium layer, escape out, and redraw everything in thick layer as a single or as two polylines, like that. So just going around the perimeter. Yep, messed it up. There we go. And then going around the inner perimeter, like that. Then I just hide the thick layer, turn the current layer off, whatever. Delete the medium layer and turn the thick layer again. And I messed it up. So there needs to be a line here and it needs to be joined up. There we go. You should see something like this, right? So that is the section of your, or rather the exterior envelope of this particular building, right, that I want. I also will add, just so that I don't forget, I will add ground here and here. That's the ground cut line. And I will actually take this ground cut line and I will move it down by 5 or 50 millimeters, just so that the floor slab is 5 centimeters higher than the ground. The reason for that is when it's raining, you don't want the rain to visit your house, right? So that's the reason. That's the reason. Also, it's good for kind of brushing the dirt out of the building as well, as you leave the building. Okay, so that's ground. That's our little building here. Let's continue on. So now I want to add partitioning walls because I can see that there is going to be a partitioning wall here. Where we will also show that we are cutting through the doorway. And also there's going to be like a retaining or partitioning wall that we will just see in the back, right? So we need that as well. Let's do that. Let us do that. So I will go into my helper. I will enable my helper layer. I'll start drawing some rectangles. Rectangle. So partitioning wall right here. That, just a rectangle. Then there is no partitioning wall here, but there is going to be a partitioning wall here, but I accidentally forgot to add. Do we need to add, or maybe we can use this? It can be kind of joined up with the shelf in a way. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it this way. I'll just create one more helper line from this point here downwards. We'll create a thick line, rectangle, just something like so, like that. And I will create a very weird, with a medium line, or rather this, sorry. This needs to be a medium line because we are not cutting through it, of course. We are not cutting through it, so it is indeed medium line thickness. And I will create one more medium line that shows the shelf at the side. So it's gonna look like, it's gonna look weird, but that is fine. That is okay. Usually you don't have these kind of weird gaps here, but actually we can kind of, since we are here, can I just kind of fix it? Yeah, let's fix it. So I'll delete the 2 helper lines that, or 4 helper lines that I don't need anymore. I will kind of add them later on. I don't need these anymore as well. Actually, I don't need any of these anymore. Great, we can delete all of them. And I want to fix this area right here. This is an awkward area. So what I'm going to do is I will go in here. Oh, I know. So let me just create a line segment here, just so that I don't forget where it ends. And all I will do is just take these points and move them to perpendicular snap. What the hell? Perpendicular snapping is turned on. Why is this not working? Fine. We will do it the other way around. I will trim, enter, enter, delete that segment here. I will extend this line to here, or enter, extend to here, enter this line, like that. And then I will create a thick line segment right here, that, and I will fillet. There we go. Fillet with radius of 0. So fillet radius 0 from here to here. So that is done, and now it just needs to be joined up properly. Join. Should be good. Yes, it's good. So, right. And now just a rectangle for the shelf, like that. Okay, so now it's done. Sorry. Just wanted to clean it up a little bit, just to make it a bit nicer. Okay, so we have that done. Now for the, let's add the doors and the windows into the walls, right? So let's start with a window opening here on the left hand side, right? So my windowsill is going to be probably somewhere around, I'll just start drawing here from the bottom up. It's going to be offset, and I'm going to offset it 1.1 meters, 1100, something like that. And the height of the window is probably going to be until the roof, right? So I'm just going to not even measure, but just draw it like that. That's it. Right, I will change this to the thick layer, select it, trim, get rid of that, join everything up, that's done, right? So the window opening is done, and then it's absolutely the same procedure as what we've done in the plan, so I will not be kind of talking about it, I'll just really quickly be recreating it. I'll actually even make a shortcut. I'll just borrow the existing window here, like that. There we go. So we have a window here. Doorway. Doorway is very simple. All we need to do is just, well, we need to know how high the doorway is, and it is 2.1 meters high. Oh, that's that's almost nothing. That's almost nothing. Okay, and I will just trim. Trim, enter. Trim away everything except for the top. You know, this little area right here. And actually, I wanna join it in with the roof. So I will trim, enter, like that, join everything up. It gets joined up into the incorrect layer, so I'll just switch the layers around, like that. Now let's go for the thick line, because we are going to be cutting through the doors, and just add a door segment here. Honestly, let's make it a little bit nicer. I'll just borrow the frame. We will just use the same frame for the door. Copy from here to here, like that. That's the frame for the door. And maybe we can make it a little bit nicer as well. Yeah, let's just make it nice. So that frame is going to be all the way through, and it's going to be 5 centimeters thick and 40 centimeters wide. It's a wide frame, right? And it's going to have a door going through from the middle of it, like that. So we are cutting through the door, and we also see the back of the frame as per usual, right? So we see this wall right here in our projection. So that is going to be a medium line, and it's going to be a rectangle, like so. Can't draw a rectangle properly. Let me just draw a polyline then instead. 140 millimeters width. There we go. So that's our doorway, right? That's done. Now to show a doorway in the projection, I already have the 2.1 meter height here, so I don't really need to invent anything. And I know that this doorway is 90 centimeters wide, so I don't really need to kind of make any calculations. I can just do this. 900. Bam, 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 like that. And then, then I kind of want to, I don't really need the bottom line, do I? Okay, let me explode. So I explode this polyline. I will delete the bottom line. I will take this these line segments that are left. Again, it's upside down U now. I will join them up. Perfect. And I will offset all of this by 50 millimeters inwards. So that's our frame for the door. And for the handle, I will just, where's that water tap? I'll just use the handle here. Doesn't need to be precise, just something like that. So that's the handle. And that's honestly it in terms of the doorway. That's our shelf. That's good. That's our wall. It's also good. Then we have the kitchen cabinet, and we have another really large window here. So for this window, I know that here I'll have a kitchen cabinet, and the kitchen cabinet is always 1.1 meters high. So this window line that I drew here kind of continues on, right? And the first thing that I'm going to do is I will make a I'll probably make something like this, right? So the window is going to be located here, and then I have the possibility to add shelving here in the top. I think storage. I think that's fine. So I will trim, enter, cut away that part, right? Because that's where the window is going to be located. Now I can delete. And I will draw 2 line segments here, as per usual. Join everything up. Change the layer. Change the layer of this one as well. There we go. And honestly, I think I can just kind of cheat and do this. Yes, I can. Okay. So I'll just take that window and place it in there as well. So we have that, but also I have the window going until here, right? Because I see this window area here, and it's actually not going until the wall. It's actually stopping right here, right? So I will have, let me draw this U shape here. I will have a window here, like that, which means that now I don't see this line anymore because it's a corner window, right? So I don't have neither this nor this line anymore, so I can just delete it, right? Because as I'm looking through this, I never see the, here I see the wall, here I won't see the wall, right? Because I'm looking through it. I have a window that goes through the whole facade. So that's done. Now I will offset 50 millimeters. I will offset this by 50 millimeters like that. And I will actually extend it just by grabbing the control points. Or you can use extend tool, that's fine as well. I'll extend it until this window. So this is the frame that we see, right? Now I can see that there are going to be divisions here. Well, at least one division here. So I'm just going to kind of draw out those 2 lines because I'm lazy. Like that. and I'll use trim, enter, enter, to kind of clean everything up. So, come on, there we go, and then get rid of the rest. So that's my window. Yeah, that's all I need to show. Now for the kitchen cabinets, and actually maybe I'll stick to this. For the kitchen cabinets, it's going to be just a polyline and just a rectangle. Or maybe we can do, let's do it this way. From here to here, 600 millimeters. Down here, bam, bam. So that is like one block. Copy that. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. So that is my kitchen, and my refrigerator is actually going to be larger than that. So I will say that my refrigerator is a narrow boy that just kind of fits in there like this, right? Now for the top shelving, I actually kind of want to have shelves in the top. So I'm just going to say there's going to be like a single cabinet here, and then there's going to be like open shelving here. So I'll just offset it inwards by 50 millimeters. So that is open shelving, and this is like closed cabinet shelving to which I can add a handle like that. Right? We can do a water tap as well. Wait, where is our water? There we go. It's there, right? So I will just kind of create a circle, trim, bam, trim, enter, bam, do something like that. Create a polyline that does something like that. Offset 20, offset it so that it's like, or rather, let's first fillet also 20 millimeters. Why does fillet? Oh, right, fillet, enter, R, enter. Let's not use 20, let's use 50 millimeters between here and here, like this. And now I can offset by 20 millimeters outwards like that. Just kind of close off the polyline like so. Join everything up. And now do a little bit of trimming. So trim that and that. Thin line. Go lower. Trim. Come on. Trim. Enter. There we go. And you need to be also trimmed. Yeah. Sorry. So just, you know, awkward water tap with some big, really big knob, whatever. Okay, so we have that going on, and that is fine. That looks okay. There is still sink and toilet that are left to do, so I'll really quickly do it. So for the sink, I'm thinking of having something like this. How wide is the sink? I believe we used 400, right? So it's going to be 400 mil here. Then it goes down by, let's say, 100 mil, something like that. And then it goes at an angle. And that angle doesn't really matter right now, so I'm just going to say something like that. Sure. Right, that's it. Fillet corner, or just fillet. Radius 30. Just fillet those radii like that. That's our sink. Where is my trusty tap? It's right there. I'll just kind of rearrange it. Scale this bad boy 0.5. Move to here, and this trims away. Tap. Yeah, that's good. So that's our sink, and then we have the last thing as our bowl, and I will just take a look at the bowl, how it looks like from the front. That's ugly. There's like a nicer one. Yeah, that's good enough. So it just goes kind of straight down. Well, it does make a bend and it goes in a little bit. That's fine. Let's do it that way. So I will create 2 guidelines here. Oh, that's not how you want to do it. Guideline here, guideline here. How high are the bowls as well? 450. So they are 450 millimeters high. That's good to know. Where's my AutoCAD? How do we do this? So there's going to be a line here. It needs to go down and in. Okay, so let's do an offset by how much it's going to kind of go in. Let's say by 5 centimeters, like that, like that. Now let's draw a line at the bottom, at the base, and let's offset it by 450 millimeters. That's the top of the bowl. And let's offset it down by, I don't know, 150 millimeters. This is from where it's going to kind of become thinner. And now I just need to trace around. So from here to here to here, 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 until here. Enter. Delete all of the guide lines like that. That's our bowl. Yeah, the proportion is fine. I'll keep it. That's all we need to do. And the flush, the flush button is located here. Now for the storage, there is going to be. I have made that cabinet in the back of the bathroom, so there is going to be storage involved here. So I'll just draw a polyline from. Let's say the storage starts at the sink level. So from here upwards, let's say for the toilet rolls, all of the, stuff that you need at hand. Let's just give it 300 millimeters, something like that. So this is going to be like open storage, right? This area. So I'll just give it a frame of 50 millimeters. Just to show the frame. Oh, that's 50 is too much. Maybe let's not give it. No, I will give it a frame. Offset 18 millimeters. That's the thickness of an MDF board. Like that, we need to clean this up a bit. Trim. No. There we go. So that's storage, and then above it we will have like 3 panels. I think we will have 3 panels. Yeah, let's do 3 panels. So from this side we will offset by how much? By how much? By how much? If that's a meter, then we can do 300, 300, 400. I think that's reasonable. So let's do an offset of 300 centimeters or millimeters, offset by 400 millimeters, something like that. So that is kind of storage above the toilet. Done. That's enough. That's enough. I think we have the door, we have the shelf here, we have the retaining wall, we have the partitioning wall, window, everything that we see here, everything that we see here. Okay, section is done. Let's learn one last thing and then we will call it a day. So one last thing is hatch. And by the way, for this section, let's make the mark out a little bit nicer as well, because it's a little bit, So let's make the markout a little bit nicer. Usually, there's no kind of convention for what kind of section markups to use. The one that I really like using is a line segment that is, I don't know. In this case, it's going to be like 600 millimeters, something like that. It's kind of a line segment here. Then we have, then I offset it. And I'll offset it by 300 millimeters. No, that is way too much. I'm sorry. I will offset it by 100 millimeters. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. And I will draw to the midpoint here this arrow, and I'll just join up this arrow. So now I have a line and I have an arrow, just like here, line and arrow. Arrow is showing the viewing direction for this section. And later I will add text here, or I can add text here now. So the shortcut is text, enter. You specify the start point here and you type in, or you specify the height of the text. So what's the height? I don't know. Let's do 200 for now, and we will switch it up if it's too small. So height is 200, enter, and rotation angle of text 0, enter, and now I can type in finally. So text A. That's it. Escape. We just wrote A, right? And I'm just going to kind of center it. So once I name this section, it's going to be named section A-A, or A. Is it the dash? It's probably a dash. AA, section AA. And I will just place that section markup right here, make a copy of it to the other side of the building. Very important to have section markups in your project. Please do so. Right. So that's text, right? Adding text, that's nothing too fancy. It's just basically you read what it asks of you in the command line, and you'll be good to go. The text will need a separate layer. So let me go to layer properties and let me create one more layer. And I'll call it text. Right? So that's going to be my text layer, and my text is going to be yellow. Sure. And then I'm going to create one more layer, even more layers, yes. One more layer and call it hatch. So hatch is basically fill, right? In Photoshop and Illustrator, you have fill. In CAD software, you have hatch. So hatch layer, and I'll make it red, green, cyan, yellow, pink, or magenta. Right? So let's have a hatch layer with magenta color. Close that. Now I will take my markups and I'll place them in the text layer, like so. And now I will use hatch, right, to fill in the walls. So I'll make hatch layer my active one, and I'll type in hatch, or shortcut for it is just H. Enter. So that's hatch. And once I have typed it in, it will give me the settings for the hatch, of course, where I can choose different patterns. Yes, the word is pattern, different patterns, right? And also, like, I can change the transparency, the angle, and so on. So let me, let's do it this way. Let me create a rectangle, like so, and hatch it in, right? So if I just click inside of the rectangle and hit enter, that's it. It's hatched in, right? And this is, it even has a pattern if I zoom in, right? and the pattern is super dense, so it looks kind of filled in from when I am zoomed out. So that's a lot of bad things happening with the hatch. Let me select the hatch and delete it. Let me also do a rectangle that is not closed, right? There's a gap here, hatch, click. Cannot be determined, right? Hatch cannot be made. Close, shows me even where. So it only works with stuff that is closed off, right? Can you go away, please? Oh my God, now I'm gonna... Anyway, let's ignore those two circles here. So it only works with enclosed boundaries. That's the first thing. The second thing, the scaling is very important, and it does become super heavy if you have a pattern for the hatch, but your scaling is so small that it looks like a solid, and you think that you have a solid hatch, like a solid fill, but it's actually a very, very tiny pattern. Your computer will get super slow because of that. So let me do hatch again. And here I can choose a pattern, right? So the solid pattern is just basically fill in, right? It's just filling in. Then you have the angled patterns, and you have a bunch of them actually. Is it possible for me? Yeah. So I can click on that small icon there, and I can see all of the patterns that I can choose from. Oh my God, so bad. So let's not look at the bad patterns. Let's just talk about these, what you have here. So hatch patterns usually determine the material that you're cutting through. And if it's a solid hatch, it's usually you saying that don't worry about the material for now. This is just a proposal entry project, and the material doesn't matter, right? But if you later down the line, if you want to kind of add materiality to your drawings, explaining that, oh, this is concrete, while this is wood, while this is steel, then you use hatches, different hatches that determine it. So the regular angled hatch, this one where I have my mouse, is concrete, usually, right? It's concrete. Then the one right next to it, the one with the double line, well, okay. The tricky thing is that it changes between country to country, right? The regulations change between country to country. But to my knowledge, most of the countries use this as steel, metal, right? So that's the hatch for metal. And the third one is hatch for wood, right? So that is three main hatches that you kind of go through once you introduce materiality. For now, I'm just going to use solid hatch. Well, actually, I do need to talk about scaling. Solid hatch doesn't have any scaling because it's solid, right? It's filled in, while these do. So you can change the density of the hatch. So let's talk about this. Let's choose concrete, right? The regular angled hatch. Here. Once I have this chosen, and I hover my mouse over the rectangle, I see it as solid. But if I zoom in, it is still solid. No, it's not. There we go. It's all messed up, right? It's super dense. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to change the density. And the density is changed right here. Hatch pattern scale, right? If I change the scale to 100, enter, and I hover my mouse over the rectangle, now you can see that the hatch has 100 times larger scale, and that is actually too big. So let's do 50. Yeah, that's fine. Just to show you, So that's 50. Then you have possibility to change the angle. So this is, the default hatch. What if I wanted just horizontal? Well, I just changed the angle to 45. Well, that's vertical, but you get the idea, right? So minus 45 would be horizontal, right? So that is how you change the rotation of the hatch. Super useful. For now, I will keep it at 0, and the default value for the hatch is 0 degrees. Then you have transparency. Don't mess around with transparency. Ignore the transparency. There's one more thing, and that is one more useful thing, and that is set origin. And it's basically if let me just create this hatch and then click on it. Once it's created and I click on it, it will give me the hatch editor tab again, right? As if I was editing it. And now I can change the origin, right? So this is a point from which AutoCAD starts hatching your geometry, right? So if I click on this set origin now, and I choose, let's say, this point right here, right? The hatch will be aligned with that particular point. So when you need something precise in terms of how it's hatched, that set origin point is a lifesaver for sure. Yeah, that's about it in terms of hatching. So now let's hatch our buildings. Hatch, enter. I will actually use the angled hatch, why not? And I will just be clicking inside of the walls, because that's the stuff that we cut through, right? I could be hatching inside of the frames, window frames, but that's not, no, way too small. No need to hatch those. So that's the walls that are done. Enter. And actually the hatch is pretty big, pretty coarse. So what I can do is I can just select it, go back here to hatch editor, and then just change the density to like 20 maybe. Yeah, 20 is nicer. That is now hatched in. And let's do the same thing with the ground, because I want the ground to be hatched in as well. So I'm just going to create a temporary polyline here. Maybe a little bit smaller. Maybe it just goes from here to here. Something like that. Maybe a little bit longer there. This is just you don't need to be precise with this. Just hatching in the ground. So it's something like this, and then I will start from my polyline, start there, just make a horizontal line, and just use fillet with radius of 0 to kind of fillet these two guys together. So now I have a closed polyline, and I will hatch it. And I will place a hatch inside, and I will change it to a different kind of a pattern. I'm just thinking, what kind of pattern should I use? Maybe I'll still use the angled one, but I will change the angle to 45 degrees, something like that, and I will change the density to 30, something like that. That should be good enough. And now I don't need that border anymore, so I'll just delete it, just to have the hatch, right? Okay. I think that is it. Can I check? I will just check the notes. Just give me a second. Array. Next time. Array is whatever. Not important. Text. Oh, I already showed you text. That's good. Less things to show you tomorrow. So that's fine. Yeah. So that's good. Everything that I wanted to show today is shown. Tomorrow we will work on the axonometry, and we will finish up the project. Right? So that's that. Go to work and enjoy the process. Later. Bye. Hello, and welcome to the last part of the AutoCAD series, where I'm going to finish up this project and show you all of the remaining tools that we kind of need to use to be able to finish up. So right now we have a plan, we have a section. Those still need some work, and those still need some additional information, but most of the stuff that we want is already there. The thing that's missing is the axonometry drawing. So I'm going to do exactly that right now, and then we will continue on with adding additional information and basically extracting the drawings into a PDF. So to start off, axonometry or isometric view is basically a view from the top. Sometimes it's from 3/4 of the top, but in this case, we're just going to be using some weird angles, I guess. And a very fast example would be if I have a rectangle and I'll just draw it completely randomly, just some sort of random sized rectangle. And let me switch to thick line just so that we're kind of consistent. Let's say this rectangle represents the top of our shape of our box, right? So if we look at the box from the top, it's a rectangle, right? So what if I want to show an isometric view of it? Well, first thing that I do is I check what kind of angles I can use. So I can use 45 to 45 degree angles for the walls, or I can use 60 to 30 degrees. Right? That's usually typically that's the angles that you use. So I will show you both of them, and yeah, I'll just show you both of those variations. So basically for 45 degree angles, you can't really do like drawing them with without any assistance is kind of tricky. Well, it's not tricky, it's just that you first need to draw it horizontally, right? Some sort of a line, and then you need to rotate it every time by -45. Well, that's the other way around, but you get what I mean. You know, to get a 45 degree angle, you just kind of draw the line horizontally and you rotate it. That's not nice. Instead, what we can do is we can use this polar tracking widget right here in the bottom. It's F10, the shortcut is F10. So I will enable it by clicking on it. And also we can expand it and we can see. So you can expand it by clicking this small triangular icon right here. And once you expand it, you can see the angles that it's going to let you choose, right? So it's basically in increments. So you can have like 90 degree increments. You can have 45 degree increments, 30 degree increments, 25.5 degree increments, and so on. So for an axo that is 45 to 45 degrees, I can use this 45 degree increment polar tracking, is it called? Yeah, polar tracking. So I will enable that. So now this is tick marked. And now when I draw a line, it snaps to a direction of 45 degrees, which is great. So now let's draw this box in an axo. To do that, I need to know these two measurements. So I'll just measure distance, dist, like that. And it's around, I drew the box very randomly. So I will just say that it's around 6,000 millimeters, right? So then I just grab a polyline or a line tool, doesn't matter. I'll just draw it at 45 degree angles as 6,000, enter. So that's my line, right? Then I will measure the other wall, like so. And I see that it's 3,251. So let's say 3,250 millimeters. I'll grab a polyline tool again. I'll just draw it out, like so. 3,250, right? Enter. That's it. We have the two lines, and these two lines are going to be enough for me to finish up drawing this particular box. Because now what I can do is I can copy this line from its base point here to the base point here, and you can see that I missed, so I'll do that again. Select it, copy from here to here. There we go, that's much better. And then I will I will select the other line, copy from its base point here to the base point here. That's about it, right? Now we have our 45-degree angle axle of the top of the box, but of course in an axonometry you can see it as a three-dimensional object. So let's say the height of this box is 3 meters, 3,000 millimeters. So what I like doing is I like selecting let's say this is the roof, right? I like selecting the roof plane and copying it, copy, and I'll just copy it from top to bottom, like so, and I'll just type in 3,000 millimeters, right? And hit escape. So then I have the bottom of the box as well. Now all I need to do is just some additional lines for verticals and clean it up, right? So I'll just draw those lines, like so, like so, and like so, and then trim, enter, enter, and get rid of everything that we don't need. Don't need that, don't need that. That's it. That's the 45-degree axle, right? 30-60-degree axle or ISO view would look like this. Well, first of all, I need to change the polar snapping, polar tracking to 30-degree increments, of course. And then I kind of do the same thing. So I remember that this is 60 or 60. This is 6,000 millimeters, and this is 3,250 millimeters. So let me do this. I will find a 30-degree angle right here, and I'll say 6,000, like so. I will then find a 60-degree angle here, and I'll say 3,250, like so. Actually, I can kind of continue drawing it this way, or yeah, let's stick to it. I'll copy, right? So the procedure is exactly the same. Copy, like that. The height doesn't change, of course. 3,000, like that. Accidentally moved it, I guess, in the incorrect way. Copy. Please move downwards, 3,000, enter. Yeah, now it's good. 3 lines, bam, bam, bam. Those 3 lines are done. And now, or just trim, enter, enter. Get rid of that, and delete those 2. There we go. So that's a 30-60-degree angle, right? Very simple. Let's do this with our building. So I will say that I wanna kind of look at it maybe from this point on. I don't know. Well, if we look at it from this point on, it's going to be the large roof and then the small roof. Maybe that's fine. Or maybe we can, yeah, let's look at it actually from here, from this point, right? Like so. So I will measure distance, and I'll do it 30-60. I'll measure distance, so that's 6,000 millimeters in length, and of course the width is going to be 4,000 millimeters, like that, 4,000. So I will just grab a polyline tool and just draw it out like so. And I'll say 6,000 in this length. Up, there we go. 4,000 along this line. So make a copy. Bam. And make and basically close it off, right? So let's say this is like the footprint of my building, right? So this is this edge right here around my building. Then I need to know the height of it. And here I kind of have, how do we do this? Yeah, let's draw it from the ground. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'll do distance. Sorry about this. I do want to actually select this, join this up, right? And I want to first take the floor slab and move it up to the correct height, right? Just like I did with the box. In the case of the box, I moved it down. In this case, I'm moving it up. It's the same procedure, basically. So I'll just measure distance from here to the top here. And I can see the distance is 3,500, right? So I'll just take this, copy, up 3,500, like that. And then I'm going to measure distance here, distance from here to here. That is 2,800, right? So I'm just going to make another copy up 2,800. There we go, right? So now I have all of the levels that I will need for my axle, and I can start connecting them. Before I begin, that hiccup right here, I need to know where that hiccup happens, right? The change in the height. So I'll measure distance again from here to here, 2,560. Okay, sure. So along this line, if I grab a polyline tool, along this line, it's going to be 2,560 millimeters. Enter. And actually, let me extend it. So I just have this polyline as a helper, and I know that this oh, messed it up. Let's do this again. 2,560, right? Or 2,650. Oh my God. Distance 2,560. Okay. From here to here, 2,560. Come on, just 2,560. Enter. Did you snap properly this time? Yes, you did. Okay, good. Always double check if it is snapping properly. So I have that point here, and now I can just draw that point up. Draw a line from that point up. The height of the line doesn't matter because I can just always select things that I don't need. So for instance, I don't need this anymore, and I can delete it. And I can also trim, enter, and trim away the excess, right? So I have, basically what I've done is I created this hiccup line right here. And I know that with this hiccup line, the top of the roof ends, the highest roof, it ends. So I'll just grab a polyline tool and I'll just draw it out like so. Or I could just take this line and copy it in, that works as well. Okay, so now it doesn't look like much, but once I start cleaning it up, it will start taking shape. So I'll do exactly that. I'll trim, and I'll trim away, enter, this area right here, this, and also this, right? So that now is the top of my roof, and that is the bottom of my roof. And I can basically connect everything with vertical lines. So there's going to be a vertical line here. There's going to be a vertical line here. And a vertical line here. That's all I need to do. And now it's just cleaning everything up, right? So trim again, enter, and get rid of all of the unnecessary bits. Construction workers behind the glass. Hope you don't hear them. Let's do that. All of the unnecessary bits and pieces that we don't need, we just trim away. And I can see that I can just delete that zigzag here. So I'll just kind of delete it. All right. So that's the shape. That's the shape of the beautiful building, right? Wonderful. Let's continue. So what I want to add now is this Well, that's actually a very boring facade. Let me do this real fast. Let's grab this, copy, rotate. Come on, rotate, and just create some sort of opening at least, right? Right, somewhere here, and then of course I need to clean this up. So I'm just going to make, I'm just going to hide the medium lines for now, or rather, first I'll create two thick lines here, here, and here. Turn off the medium layer, select these two lines, trim, delete, join everything up here, and also join this, join. Okay, this is closed, perfect. Okay, so now we can actually turn on the medium layer, and now we have additional window here, which will not show up in the section, but we don't care. I deleted the hatch, so I'll reinstate the hatch. That's gonna be that pattern. I believe I used 20 for the scale. Yeah, looks like it. I'll just click inside of the walls where I want the hatch to be. There we go, that is done. Enter. Okay, so we do have a window here now, so it's not going to be that boring, at least. I kind of want to now cut a hole out for this window and also, of course, for this window. So the first thing is I need to know what's the height at which the windows are going to be located. And actually, both of their height is going to be the same. It's going to be 1150 millimeters above the ground line, this line right here. So I'm just going to take this polyline, I'll copy it up by 1150, enter. Okay, so that is the bottom of the window, and the top of the window, I can just measure the distance again. So my window height is 1.2 meters. So I'll just take this line again, copy, up, 1200, enter. Right? So that's the top of my windows. Now I need to know where this edge is and also where this edge is, right? So I'll just measure distance from the end of the wall, 1540, and then it's going to be another one of 900. 1540, 900. Okay, let's do it this way. Polyline along this line. So make sure that you're just drawing a polyline in that particular direction. And 1540. We're doing 1540 here, and just honestly just drag it out. So basically we have this kind of L shape. I like using it this way as my helper lines. Actually, I should probably like have these lines just to be more pedagogical in the helper layer, because these are just my helper lines, and I'll make my helper layer active as well. We continue. So I just grab this. I start drawing from this point along this direction. And I will say 900 because that's the width of my window. Like so. Right? Like so. So this rectangle right here is where my window is going to be located in the axle. Same thing for here, but for here it's going to be quite simple. I just measure the distance from here to here. That's 400, of course. And I can just take this vertical line here and just make a copy of it along this edge. So I'll just snap somewhere to this edge and type in 400, and that makes it into a copy. Okay, let's clean this up again, right? So I will just grab the thick line tool, and I'll just grab a polyline tool. And here, just make sure that intersection snapping is turned on. Intersection, that it's turned on. And I will just draw out this twisted rectangle here, or projected rectangle here. That's the hole for my window. And I'll do the same thing here, only that it's a corner window, so it's going to be a U shape rather than a rectangle. Like that, this, right? And now I don't need the helper lines anymore, so I just delete them. There we go. This line right here, line segment right here is not necessary, so I'll just trim, enter, enter, and trim it away. Okay, so now to be pedagogical, I need to give thickness to this, right? Of course, I need to give... Oh, by the way, if you do this accidentally, like if you accidentally rotate the view, just click on the top right corner box right here, and then click on the arrow keys like here to rotate it back. So that top is, you know, where you want it to be. Right, continuing on, thickness. So to give it thickness, all I need to do is just draw out a line segment here, of course. And as you can see, I always tend to draw out line segments that are too thick, and then I just simply trim them back to the thickness that I want, right? And the thickness of the wall is 400 millimeters. I don't even need to check that. So I know that this line will go in by 400. Well, actually what we can do, no, let's do it the old-fashioned way. Copy or offset. Offset would work as well. Offset 400 from here to here. That's 400. And then draw just a line segment here. Offset that line segment by 400 inwards like so. And delete the original, of course. Trimming again. Enter. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, so that is thickness of the wall here. And there's also going to be thickness of the wall here. But in this case, I'm going to be a little... Oh my God, I keep holding down the shift key. Sorry about that. Don't hold the shift key as you're scrolling. It's going to rotate the view. So in this case, I'm just going to grab a polyline tool, draw this L shape right here. Take that L shape and move it along the 30-degree direction, right? By 400 millimeters, like so. Trim, enter, enter, trim away the excess, grab the polyline tool, extend it, you have your opening here, right? Okay, so there's no windows. Let's add windows, of course. So the windows are going... I keep doing it. The windows are going to be located, let's say, in the middle, or actually, do I want them in the middle? Maybe I do. Let's say the windows are going to be located kind of in the middle of the wall, right? So I'm just going to take this polyline that I already have, and I'll copy it from this corner to the middle corner here. And that is going to be my initial window or window plane, right? Then I will offset by 50, because I remember that my thickness of the window frame is 50 millimeters. Offset it by 50, and just copy it inwards by, I don't know, 25. something like that. And now it's just a bunch of cleaning up, right? So the more curves you have, the more you need to think what you're cleaning. But it's basically going to be, if I trim, enter, of course I don't see anything that's going on here. That's gone. I will not, through the window, technically since it's glass, you would see the back side of the wall, but in this case, we don't want to show it, so I'm not going to be showing it. And that is basically it. Then I just delete the excess. And then we have wall, window frame, and glass, right? So we have our window here. Same thing for this. Same thing for this bad boy right here. Why am I doing this? I think this is because in Rhino, the shortcut is holding down the shift key to pan the view. So I think that's why I'm doing it. Anyway, in this case, it's exactly the same procedure, only that I'm going to draw a polyline, like so. And let me make it white, helper line layer. So I'll just draw it as a white polyline so that it's easier for you to see. Make a polyline, copy it in, and I will just make a copy of it, or rather I can just move it, actually. Move it inside of the hole by, so that's going to be middle of the wall. That will need to be 400. No, the wall thickness is 400, so that's going to be 200 millimeters, something like that. So now it's moved in, and of course it makes a bend here, right? So I can't have that line just located here. It needs to go in, and the way it's going to go in, like the way I'm going to find that point by how much this edge needs to go in, I'm talking about this corner and this frame right here. See how it's going in? It's not, resting on this side of the wall. Same thing here. It can't rest on this side of the wall. It needs to go in. So I am going to just grab this line right here, and I will make an offset of it by 200 inwards. So now I can see the new line segment that I can draw, and I'll draw it, of course. So helper, polyline, from here upwards, it's like that. We need to clean it up because the more curves you have, the harder it is for you to understand what the hell is going on. So I'm going to delete all of the unnecessary bits, and I'm going to rotate the view as per usual. I'm going to trim, enter, enter, and I'm going to trim away the things that I don't need. So that, and I'm going to join things that I do need. Just a second. Yeah. Right. So now I have it offsetted by 200 inwards, and that is great. It makes a bend, but we will never see that bend that it makes. So we are just dealing with this plane here. I will offset it. Now I'm just doing the same thing as I was doing here. Offset 50. Hello? Oh, offset 50. There we go. You go in, then take this, copy along this direction by 25, and then just draw that small little line right there for the frame. Right, now we clean everything up as per usual. Trim, bam, bam, bam. No need for that. Delete. Okay. So that's, Forgot that part. Trim. Bam, bam. Now that's fine. Okay, so I have this done. There's also, I forgot one thing. We have two partitions. That's, oops. That's my bad. So the way I'm going to do partitions, I think, is, do we measure from the side of the wall? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we just measure from the side of the wall, right? Or is that a stupid way to do it? Maybe it is a stupid way to do it. I know. Let's do it this way. I'll draw two helper lines here. Right here. And right here. And I will measure their distances. From this corner, from where the window starts, distance to this line is going to be 1,100. And then another distance is going to be 2,275. 11002275. Okay, I just need to, I am sure that I will forget that. So then what I can do is I can just draw a polyline from here, like so, 1100, like that. So that's a point right here. And let me actually mark it out just with a random line here. And then another one is going to be, yep, forgot it, 2275, there we go. 2275. Enter. So it goes until here, and I'll just draw it out like so. So I have like these two corner points, and I know that if I were to make like an extension for the frame, it would reach those two corner points. So I can kind of backtrack, right? I can kind of do this. I can grab a polyline and I can draw it like so. Please stop. Stop rotating. Okay, polyline like so, and another one like so, right? So now I have anchored my lines properly, and now all I need to deal with is just vertical lines, right? So I'll just grab a polyline again, and I'll just draw out. I just need to make sure that I'm sticking to the correct position. Yeah, there we go. I'll just draw out vertical polylines here, or vertical line segments, and here, right? Now I don't need those helpers anymore, so I'll just delete them so that they're not in the way anymore, like that. And for these line segments, I can actually clean them up a little bit more. Trim, come on, trim, enter, enter. Bam, bam. I can clean them up a little bit more, and I can start messing around with them, so moving them around. Copy. So you two will be copied, enter, and you will be copied along this direction by 50 millimeters, right? Because that's the thickness of the polyline, right? Or polyline, not the polyline, of the frame. So I drew this line right here, and then I copied it by 50 millimeters. Don't need those helpers anymore. Okay, so we have that done, and now I will just take these two line segments and I will copy them in by 25 millimeters for this thickness right here, only that we will see it on the side. Copy, along this direction, 25 mil, that's done. Okay, time to clean it up and make it actually look like a proper window. Trim, enter, enter. And now it's just a bunch of trimming here. So the frame will merge. So the frame kind of does this, right? It just merges like so. And of course, you don't see anything behind the frame. Here as well, you don't see anything behind the frame. Merges here. Continues on here like that. Okay, that's good. And let's clean this up. That's good. And there are two line segments that are missing. where the frame bends, like here, and also right here. Oh yeah, and we don't need to see the inner line of the wall anymore, so we can just delete that. Oh, that as well. That's it. That is our window in the axle, right? I will change everything to medium layer, just because we are not cutting through anything, so it makes sense that it is a medium layer, except that for the glass, I will change the glass to thin layer because there's too many lines that are concentrated in one spot, so I don't want them to merge. Like graphically, I don't want them to merge into one thick line, so I'm going to make the glass thin layer. Okay, now it's all about hatching it, right, and making it nicer. It's not a very difficult building, that's for sure. Let me just add the hatch and then we will continue. I don't want to spend too much time here. So I want to have planks, let's say, horizontal planks going around the building. So I will go to my hatch layer and I'll create a hatch for it. And I'll just choose, let's say, this wall, enter. So I've just created some random hatch. I'll select it. And now we can kind of go to town here. So I know that this is 60 degrees. This is 30 degrees, if I remember correctly. So I believe if we do 0 degrees here, when the angle is 0 degrees, it's at 45, right? So let me do, or actually let me change the, yeah, I'll use this instead, this hatch instead for the planks. So instead of 45, we want to first start with horizontal. So let me just say 45 degrees. That is not horizontal. So let's add 90 more, 135. So now these are horizontal. And now I can kind of rotate them. So I need to rotate it back. So 135, and I rotate it back by 30 degrees. So that's going to be 105. There we go. And I really want the planks to start from this point right here. So I will choose it as my origin. Set origin, this point right here. So the planks start from here. Okay, and now for the scale of the planks, I think the scale is kind of good, but maybe I'll do like 15. Something like that. That's it. Now for the other wall, same procedure, hatch, select it. Angle is not going to be 105. It's actually going to be... That's pretty close. My guess is that it's going to be 15, right? Yeah, it's going to be 15. You can always kind of rotate it with the slider here and see what kind of values work, or you can do quick math in your head. That works as well. So, but in this case, the angle is 15. I used scale of 15 as well, I believe. And now I need, see how these don't match? I need the same origin point, so I'll set origin right here, and these don't match. Why don't they match? Oh, right, because the angle is different. So of course they sorry. Apologies. Of course they won't match, but also that's 15 and that is also 15. They look very, very different. both being 15. A scale of 15. Either way, that's good enough. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we have planks here, right? We have our building. Kind of want to, let me just do one thing. Offset 250. Go in. Go in. This is, you don't need to do this. This is just me wanting to kind of have something a little bit more complex in terms of the roof. Until here. Bear with me. It's not gonna take too long. So that's gonna be that. That's fine. Can I go to medium, turn off the hatch layer? Okay, medium is my active. Turn off the hatch layer, trim. Clean this up a little bit. Just a little bit. Trim, enter, go away. You are correct, but you go away. And don't need that anymore, don't need that, or that. This, it's fine. Delete that, trim again, forgot one part. This, what? Select. Are you locked? Have I accidentally locked it? Well, that's awkward. Oh. Undo. So that was a bug. Apologies for that. I will need to fix it. Apparently, the screen was frozen for a little bit, and I didn't see that there was a bug. So let's clean this up real fast so that you don't need to wait too long. No need for that. Or that. Every time when you want to do something nice, you just need to deal with a crap ton of bugs. Okay, so that's done. It's fine. No need for that. This gets extended. You and you get extended. That all is fine, and that just needs a line segment here. Okay. A little bit more detail on the roof, just to have something there. Okay, let's move on. So we have our axle, we have our plan, we have our section. If I want to, maybe now it's the time to create layouts for plotting. Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time. So what we're going to do, sorry. What we're going to do is, I'm going to explain you what layout is, first of all, I guess. So this is your model space. This is a space in which you work. It's not the space in which you prepare the project to be printed out and where you work with additional information on the project. Well, adding dimensions will be done here, but everything else will be done separately in the layout. So a layout is here in the bottom of this. There we go. Here in the bottom of the screen, you can see layout, layout 1, layout 2, and these are kind of just there, just doing their thing, and we don't really need them. We will be creating our own, so I'll just delete. Okay, you just right click on them and you just delete them. Delete. Yeah. Go. Oh, this one doesn't delete. You need at least one layout. That's fine. We will create our own and we will ignore this one. So new layout, you just click that plus sign. You right click on it. and you choose Page Setup Manager. Well, first let's rename it, I guess. First, let's rename it, and let's name it Plan. Enter. Usually the convention for naming them is 00-plan, and then 01-section, 02-axo, and so on, so that all of them are kind of laid out properly. But in this case, we just have 3 drawings, so whatever. Name it whatever you want. So that's our plan. We go to Page Setup Manager. We right-click on the layout name. We go to Page Setup Manager, right here, and we modify it. So here in the Page Setup Manager, you can see your layout 1 and the new one that you've created. So you select it and you click Modify. Okay, so this is where you kind of set up everything about the layout and all of the settings on what kind of drawing you want to export, right? So let's start from the start. Microsoft Print to PDF is fine. I prefer using Adobe PDF. DWG to PDF is also fine. But anything that can kind of generate PDF, you choose. You don't choose a printer because you will be exporting it as PDF, right? So printing is not just printing on a sheet of paper or plotting. Plotting is the same thing as printing, by the way. It's not printing on a sheet, necessarily on a sheet of paper. It can be printing to a file, right? So to a PDF. So in this case, I'm going to choose, yeah, let's just go with Microsoft Print to PDF. If you want, you can use Adobe PDF, you can use DWG to PDF, whichever is to PDF you use. So that's done. Let me just hit Properties here and just double check. Yeah, that's fine. That's whatever. I'll keep it with the properties. Paper size. Here we will find A3. That's the size of the paper that we're going to be using. What to plot layout? Yes. Plot offset. Keep it at 0, 0. That's fine. Scale 1:1. Yes. So here the scale is of the page, not of your model. So the scale needs to be 1:1. Landscape, yes. And plot style, I use none. For plot style, I use none. That's important. That's it. No need for anything else. Yeah, no need for anything else. Let's just hit OK. Hit close. And now you can see that the page became bigger, right? And this is basically this is like a window showing us our model, and we will position our geometry in this in this page. So how do you do that? Well, the thing is, first of all, you need to understand the philosophy of layout. So a layout is a digital, in this case, A3 sheet of paper, which has a window in it, right? It has like a hole in it. And through that hole, you see, you see stuff that you drew in your model space, right? So you see this stuff in your layout. Important note, right? This rectangle right here is the frame of that particular hole or that particular window, right? So you need that rectangle to be, first of all, properly sized, you know, to fill the page. And second of all, you kind of want to understand what's the scale of these elements, because right now they're just kind of randomly zoomed in. There's no scale, right? So you want to have the scale. One more thing that I'm gonna do is I'm going to, before I kind of continue with the layouts, I'll go to the model space and I will create some room here. And of course my hatches will not let me, so I'll kind of delete the hatches for a bit. F8. I'll just create a little bit of space between these, just so that when I grab the view of the plan, it doesn't kind of grab a little bit of the section. I'll create the the hatch in just a second. For now, let's just keep it. And you can see that it, by the way, updates here. Okay, so first thing is understanding that this is a page and this is a window into your model space, and you kind of look at your model through that window. Second is this frame. This frame, I kind of want it to be, let's go to layer properties. I want it to be in a separate, as a separate entity. So I'll create a new layer. I'll call this layer no print, do not print layer. And I'll keep it, oh, by the way, here you can see it says white, even though it shows black. That is not a bug. That is how it works, right? So it will show up white in the model space, but it will be black as it's printed out. Just something that, just your AutoCAD things. Okay. So this frame right here, I will select it and I will move it to the no print layer. And the reason why I'm doing this is because when we are going to be printing out the layout, I don't want this frame to be visible. By the way, those of you who are thinking, will the grid be visible? No, the grid will not be visible in the final print. But I also don't want the frame to be visible, so that's why I'm putting it in the separate layer, and then we will just make sure that that layer is not being printed during the printing process. Then the next thing is, well, let's position this to the center. So I can just kind of move it around, right? F8, I can just move it anywhere I want, this window. And now let's make sure that the scale, or not the scale, that we are focused on the plan view, right? In this particular layout. So I'm going to double click inside of it, double click. And now we are not, we can't move around here in the layout, but rather we are moving around in the window. So when you double click inside, you are then working within the window and you can zoom in, zoom out. So you can control the positioning here, right? So what I'm going to do is I will select my plan and I will type in Z for zoom. And then I will, here in the bottom, I'll choose object. So I've just zoomed in to this object, right? Once I've done that, I just double click anywhere else, right? Not inside. And now my layout is focused on this particular, or this window, this layout window is focused on this particular drawing, right? That's important. I will now need to make sure that the scale of this drawing in an A3 page is a correct scale. It's 1 to 100, 1 to 50, whatever scale I want it to be, right? So how do you change the scale? Well, for that, you will need to access the properties of this window frame. So I select this window frame and I type in PR, short for properties, and hit enter. It will open up this page for me, or not page, this menu box for me, and I'll position it here. And here in the properties, I can see that there's under MISC, right here, there's standard scale and custom scale. So I'll not be using a custom scale, rather I will just expand the standard scale and I'll find the scale that I want. In this case, probably 1 to Honestly, 1 to 50 is enough for this kind of a project. Like even 1 to 100 would be enough, but that's way too small. So instead, I'll just use 1 to 50, right? For my scale. You could use 1 to 25. That's fine as well, but I'll use 1 to 50. Like that. And now this particular drawing, this drawing right here, is at 1 to 50 scale, right? I will close my properties tab, escape to unselect, and from now on, I will not be messing around with this particular layout. I can still move it around and whatnot, right? But I will not be messing around with it. Now, here, if I were to, if I were to check ADA05 requirements, blah, stamp. Each page will have ADA05 stamp, including the name of the student, the date, the name of the drawing, and the scale of the drawing on bottom right side of the page. Okay, bottom right side of the page, we need a stamp. So what I'm going to do is I will create a... Do we create one more layer? Yeah, let's create one more layer. And I'll call it layout text. Layout text. And I'll make it just white color. By the way, there are two white colors. This one right here, which is 255, it's gonna say 255 here. And there's this one here that's gonna say white. This one, the 255 one, is going to be printed out white. This one, the one that says white, will be printed out black. Okay. Rewind if you need it, if you need to, and then listen to this again. I'll just hit OK. So we're using the white that's going to be printed out as black. Escape. And I'll just choose this layout text as my current layer, current layer in which I draw. And I'll kind of start going to town on this. So the first thing that I want is a bracket, like a framing of the page. So I'm just going to first draw out an A3 page. Well, that's not 0, 0, 0 coordinates. That's weird. Why? Well, whatever, doesn't matter. I'll just draw out an A3 page. And it's drawn at 1:1 scale, by the way. So it's 420 millimeters by 297 millimeters by 420 by 297, right? Like that. I'll just move it kind of close to the bottom left corner, like so, so that it fits with the page that we have here. Doesn't need to be perfect, that's fine. And now I will offset this line here by 10 millimeters. Yes, that's going to be 1 centimeter. That's enough. By 1 centimeter. So now I have the inner bracket, and I don't need the old one, like this gap is always 1 centimeter from the side of the page, and I can use it for placing of my stamp. So the stamp is basically just a bunch of information about the project, about the drawing. And I'm going to be quite quick about this because there's nothing smart, right? So I'm still in the layout text, and I'm going to write some text actually, right? So I'm gonna start writing here. Maybe that's a little bit too fast. T, enter, short for text, specify first corner, specify second corner. Probably change the height of it from 200 millimeters to something a little bit less. So things that are less than 3 millimeters, depending on the font, are becoming harder and harder to read. So I'm gonna say 3 millimeters. Why is this not updating? DD. You, sir, are not updating at all. That is strange. Okay. Let me try again. Select this text. Can I double click you? No, I can't. Yes, I can. Can we change you? 3 millimeters. The fact of using the style, not just. Okay, this is being no. This is being a little bit awkward. Text. This is a little bit too big, isn't it? But for some reason it. Oh, it. Well, there's some issues here and there with the with AutoCAD, I guess. So now it works. Let me just to make sure that this will work as well. Let me try. Now it says 200. I change this to 3. Draws as 3. Either way. Let's do this again. And now let's do this plainly, I guess. Text. Specify start point of text. Let's see from here. Specify height. So I will specify 5 millimeters in height. Specify rotation angle 0. Okay, it just works. Sure. My name, Gediminas Teikis. Okay. Next text. Key, enter. First corner. And I'll just say and here it's doing another thing. Whatever, name. That's going to be where my name is going to be. Now let's do the date, the name of the drawing, and the scale of the drawing. Okay, so I still need some things. And honestly, once I have one text object, I just kind of like to make copies of it and just like double click on it and write what I need to write. So AD05, we will have the date. And I know this is not the 2021-02-02. I know that this is not the cleanest way of how to do it, but whatever works for you. There's no rule in how you need to draw it. And then there's gonna be title and yeah, whatever. Title and date. Okay. So now let's make some adjustments, right? We need to put all of this information into this corner right here in a kind of nice way. So I'm going to draw with a polyline. I'm just going to draw out a table that is, let's say, going to be 200 mil long, and it's not horizontal. F8, 200 millimeters by let's say by 40 millimeters by 200. Close it off. If we need to, we'll trim away some stuff from it. And then I'm going to just select this and explode it so that I can work with each individual edge separately, or each individual line separately. And I will say that AADA05 is going to be located right here, somewhere here. And it actually is going to be scaled. It's going to be twice the size to all other information. So I'm just scaling it by 2. Position it. There we go. Make a copy of it, or make a copy of this. Probably something like so. move this. So my name is gonna go here. You can just kind of position it like so. Like that. And now I'm just going to kind of build a table around it. That. That looks okay. I will center this as well. Okay. Now for the date and the title. The title will go in here. So I'm just going to move the title here, and I'm going to kind of double click on it and change this. It's ground floor plan. So it's going to be ground floor plan M or scale 1 to 50. We can say at 1 to 50. Usually at is at what height are you cutting, but here we don't really care. So we'll just say 1 to 50. So that's ground floor plan, and then we have the date 2021. And position it properly. That's it. That's all you need to do, right? So you have your stamp here, right? Usually the stamp it does have much more information in it, but this is just like first practice. Okay, so that is done. We have our plan, we have our layout, everything is correct. Let's do 2 more layouts, right? So the way we will do other 2 layouts, it's now by right-clicking and choosing to move or copy. So we right-click our existing layout, 00 plan, move or copy, and we choose move to end, create copy, right? So there's going to be a copy created at the end of the layout line. I hit OK. So we have this one. We will right click it and choose to, we will choose to rename it to 01-section, right? 01-section. That is done. And then I'm gonna, while I'm at it, I'm just going to right click, move and or copy, move to end, create copy, okay. Rename to 02 axo, right? So we have section axo and plan. And now layout 1 is just randomly there, so I'm just gonna delete it. No need for that. There we go. The only layouts that we need are these 3. Okay, so we have that. Now for the section, I will double click inside of this window, find the section, zoom into it, ZS, enter. Or that is not an AutoCAD command, that is Rhino command. Z, enter, O, enter. There we go, that is AutoCAD command. Double click out, select the frame, PR for properties, annotation scale, no, not annotation, custom scale, standard scale, 1 to 50, like that. Close it off, that's done. And I will just change this as well. So this is section A-A at 1 to 50. That's all we need to change here, and that is done. And now axo, double click inside, find the axo, zoom selected, Z, enter, O, enter, not zoom selected. And this guy right here, we don't really have a scale for it. So this is just going to be axonometric diagram. Something like that. And actually, if you want to, by the way, if you want to resize your window, you can just click on these doodads. These you select the frame, you click on this corner point here, and you can just resize it any way you want, right? That works as well. Axo doesn't have a scale, so I will not be messing around with it too much. I'll just keep it as it is. Okay, so we have that done. We have axonometric diagram, we have section, we have plan. Okay, I think we're good. So now in the model space, we actually need to, or rather not in the model space, let's go back to layout space. Let's change the colors. I think that's important to kind of change the colors. Before we do that, of course, we need to add the hatches. I forgot that I have deleted the hatch. So let me re-add it real fast. U, and U, enter, select the hatch. Angled, angle is gonna be 0 and scale is 20. That's perfect. That's it. Okay, let's go back to the plan. So that's how it looks like right now. And to change the colors, you change the layer properties, right? You change the properties of the layers for the colors. So hatch, let's start with the hatch, right? It's gonna be the easiest one. Or rather, let's leave the hatch for the last one. Rather, let's start with the thick line, the red line, right? So here, when I am in the model space and I look at layer properties, I can only see one color, right? It's just magenta, red, yellow, blah, 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 blah. One line time, one line weight. If I go to my plan, right here, to my layout, and I go to layer properties, I can see two colors. That is important because this is the color of the model space. This is the color in which it's going to be plotted out or exported. Very big difference. So I am going to, in the, is it called white space? No, it's something else. In this column, sorry about that. In this column, I'm going to start changing the colors first, right? So the thick line, I'll change from the red color to black right here, or to white actually. I know it's confusing, but you'll get used to it. So I'll change it to this white color, not this white color. This white is going to be printed out as white. This white is going to be printed out as black, right? So it needs to say white here. I'll change it to white. And now if I doesn't show. Wait a minute. Yep, that was my bad. Sorry, I figured it out. So apparently in the paper space right here, this is what's called the paper space. You can't really override the color this way. So I'll turn this back to red. Sorry about that. That's a little bit of a hiccup. Instead, I need to go into the model space. So I need to double click to go into this view. And here I can go to layer properties. Just make sure that you don't accidentally scroll your mouse wheel or anything like that. You don't mess up the scale. I mean, if you mess up the scale, you can always kind of repeat the steps and get the scale back. Either way. Once I am inside of this view, this is super important. Once I'm inside of this view, then I can override the color, how it's going to be printed out. So thick line is gonna be white. See, it turns to black. Text is going to be, let's say text is going to be blue in my case, or maybe red. Yeah, let's go for red. I'll say text is red. Sure. No print is whatever. Medium line is going to be also black, so white. I need naming conventions for this. Thin line, white, and hatch. For hatch, I will say dark red, something like color 14, something like that, right? So I have this. Once I've done that, I will just escape out, double click outside of the model space, and now I can see the colors have changed, and I will just need to do this for every layout here. A trick on how to do it for all of them would be just to go into model space and change every, like in the layer properties, in the layer properties, change the colors here, and then it will update for all of the layouts. But sometimes in different layouts, you want different colors. So this is a little bit better to do. So double click inside layer properties, and I will just really quickly go through this. So that was 14. That is gonna be white. It's gonna be white. I wonder if there's like a fast way of how to do this. Like setting everything to white. Oh, the text needs to be red, sorry. Like that. Double click. And for AXO, for instance, in the AXO, I don't want the hatch to be dark red color. I just want it to be like gray. So here I can change up the overrides. Just make sure that you have double clicked. Layer properties, hatch, I will just say darkish gray, like that. Medium line, I'll just go for black. Thick line, black. Thin line, black. Text, red. Okay, something like that. And now we can see here the hatch is shown in a different way, right? From all other layouts. So that is that's my initial setup, and that is basically what I'm dealing with right now. Right. So we can go to model space and let's see what other things do we need to add here, right? What kind of other things do we want to add for this particular project? So let's see how we can import stuff, right? Let's see how we can import objects into our scene, such as a person, a tree, maybe a tree for the AXO. I don't know. Maybe nothing for the plan. So importing. If we go to pimpmydrawing.com, the link is right here to the line work library. This link right here. If we go here, we can find the person which we can use. So I will just kind of use a random. Why are there? That's fine. That's a good one. Everyone's kind of posing. I don't want them to be posing. I'll just get this guy. So here we have this person, and I can click on download DWG, and it just kind of downloads it, right? Downloads the DWG file. So I'll show in folder. That's the DWG file, and all I need to do is just click and drag it into AutoCAD, release, and click, and then just hit enter, right? For all of the questions. Basically, now I have it in AutoCAD. Right? That is super simple to do, and it is what's called the block, right? So you can see that all of this selects at the same time, and I perhaps I don't want it because this is a little bit too much detail for my type of project. So I will, sorry, one more thing before we kind of look into what a block is. It also imports with more layers, or I guess it doesn't. Oh, it does. It just lagged. If the layers lag, just switch between all and all used, right? And it's going to update. AutoCAD, come on. So it does import with these two layers, inner, outer, which we can just change like any other layer, right? In the layout. So that's good. So for this person right here, I will look at the for this import right here, I will type in properties, and I can see that it's imported into the hashed layer, but that's whatever. But it's basically, well, it doesn't say here. Oh yeah, it does. Block reference, right? So this is a block. I don't want it as a block, so how do you get rid of it? I want to use the line separately. How do you get rid of it? From being a block, you just explode it. So you select it, you explode it, and now you have all of the lines separated, right? So I only want the outline of this dude. So I'll take the outline and I'll just move it from, let's see, the bottom of the shoe to somewhere, I don't know, maybe near the window. Maybe somewhere here. Maybe here. Yeah, somewhere here. So I'll just place him here, right? And then I can just use him to trim away the necessary bits, you know, which he's standing in front of. That, like that. Okay, that's it. I have my silhouette of a person, and I don't need all of the other lines, so I'll just delete them, right? So honestly, then I can see that it's only the outer layer that I'm still using, the inner layer, which had all of the lines inside of the person. I am not using that anymore, so I'll just delete it. Delete the layer altogether. Selected layer was not deleted. I will not be deleting it. I will keep it forever. Just don't worry about it. Anyway. For the outer layer, I don't care the color in which it's shown here, but I do care the color in which it's shown in the layout, especially in the section layout right here, because right now it's purple, right? So I'll double click inside of that layout, click layer properties, and change the color to index color, choose index color here, and then to white. Hit close, that's it. Double click out, we're good to go. So that's the person. Let me do this again with the trees. So I will just go to pimpmydrawing.com. Here in the bottom, I'll choose trees. I'll find a nice little, let's see, this guy right here. Download it as DWG. That's a small maple tree. That's perfect. In AutoCAD, I'll make sure that I'm in my model space. Where is my maple tree? F5. Oh, it's still being downloaded. Why is this so slow? 123 kilobytes. Pause. Oh, okay, it's downloaded actually. So I'll just drag it in. Bam. I'll just place it like so. Enter, enter, enter. So I have my small little maple tree. Maybe I'll scale it up from this point, 1.25, just 125%, so that is a little bit larger than the building. And I will move it down. So I think that looks fine. Perhaps I want it on the other side as well. So I'll just make a copy of it. And I'll keep it as a block, by the way, in this case, because I don't really, well, In case where the maple tree kind of goes behind the building, I would need to explode it and trim it away. But in other cases, I don't. Maybe I will, just to show you. Explode. So I explode the block, trim, enter, enter, and I just trim away the, oh, that's gonna be super laggy. My mouse is frozen. Okay, so trimming, huh? Let me turn off the hatch. Maybe that's gonna help. Make 0 my active layer, turn off the hatch. I try trimming again. Why is it lagging? I wonder. Shouldn't lag. Maybe that's because there's too many lines. If it lags for you as well, this hard, just don't trim the trees, right? Just don't have them trimmed. I'll go make some coffee while this is crashing, and then we will continue. Yep, so it completely crashed, which actually I will use as an opportunity to show you how to, if you have a crash, what can you do about it, right? So when you load AutoCAD again, it's going to say that in your previous work session, the program terminated unexpectedly, blah, blah, blah. And you can get a backup from your drawing recovery manager. Cool. Let's see how much it saved. So I'll just hit close right here, and here on the left-hand side of the screen, I can see my backup files, and I can see my that is not good. That is not good at all. Let's see this one. Let's see this guy right here. So as you're clicking through it, you can see like these 3 versions, and A8005, the weird one, kind of looks like there is a guy there. So at least that has been saved. So I'm just going to double click on that and open it up. That seems to be okay. At least it does have the stuff, like most of the stuff that I have done. So we're not missing too much. And let me change the camera exposure. We're not missing too much. So I will just really quickly recreate what I have been doing. And this time around, I will not be trimming the trees, that's for sure. So explode that. Explode that, get the outline, move it, from here to wherever it was, over here, fine, trim, enter, enter. Wonder what's up with the trees and crashing. It never used to crash before. Maybe the new version really doesn't like the amount of points that the tree polylines have. That's probably the culprit behind it. So just keep an eye out for that. Either way, this is fine. And now we just go to section and we change the color of the outer line here to white. There we go. Like that. Oops. Go back to model. And just to be sure, I will save now. Keep saving. So I'll just save it as AD05 new. Hit save. There we go. Okay, so, oh yeah, and we don't need those. So the trees. Trees. Again, dragging them in, placing them. Enter. Scale. From here, 1.25. Just a little bit bigger. Just move it slightly down so that it's kind of positioned correctly. Copy it to the other side. My God, why? That's fine. It is what it is. So we have our trees here, and I'll actually copy F8. Just have a proper copy here. I'll say that one tree is located here, while the other one is kind of located somewhere here. Maybe this one is actually here, and it's actually a little bit bigger than the other one, 1.25 again. Like that. So let's look at it in the section. So in the section, I can see that the trees are being blocked off by the frame a little bit. So I'm going to move the frame like that and like that, just so that they are being shown. And also I will change the inner areas of the trees to have a different color. So I'll go to, oops, I first need to double click inside. I'll go to layer properties, and here I will just change the inner layer color to be medium gray. Hit OK, close. That's good. Same thing for AXO. Oh, for AXO we actually need, maybe we'll need to have a smaller AXO. That's fine. I will just double click and scale out. Super vertical though. Double click here. Can we make this bigger? Let me just snap it to the sides here, like that. That is almost good enough, but I kind of want to move this tree up because I am dealing with the horizontal orientation of this. So I will go, or rather we can kind of select all of this. Z, enter, O, enter, zoom objects. We can't. Maybe we can do it other way around. If I just go to properties, PR, and here properties of the, what the hell? That's the polyline. Oh, that's the frame. That's the frame. I don't want to select the frame though. So how do we do this? We can select both of them, and then from both of them, I will just choose viewport. And here I will just change the scale. Let's use custom, and if I make this this number larger, the scale should increase. So 0.02 looks like that. Let's do 0.017 or something like that. Whoops, 0.017. There we go. That's fine. We can now clip around here, like so. Well, that was the incorrect line. That is fine. Kind of still work with this. Move this in, like so. Grab the line segment here, snap it. No, we can't snap it. Grab that one then and snap it. Now it's fine. Okay. So it was just a little bit of cleaning up. There's nothing special about what I've done. There is a little bit of a tree that's kind of sticking into the stamp, but that's fine. That's okay if it's doing that. Layer properties. Let me change the colors. Not for the hatch. Wait. Why is? Oh, right. I need to double click inside and then change the layer properties to inner line being medium gray and the outer line being black, or it says white, but it's black. Okay, we're done. Good. So that's how you import stuff, and apparently you can't trim, but that's good to know. Oh, I messed it up. So I accidentally zoomed out, and now it's all messy. So I will need to kind of select all of this, zoom, enter, O, enter again, double click out, select the frame, PR for properties, and just make sure that the standard scale is set to 1:50. There we go. So every time when you accidentally zoom out, you need to do this. Axo is fine, section is fine, plan is fine. Okay, model space. We have imported stuff. We have that. Let's add grid lines. Let's add dashed lines, and let's add measurements. Right. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I will add grid lines to both the plan and the section. And the way you do it is, well, first I'll just work with the helper line and I'll just draw them out. So the grid lines are usually anchored to the inner walls, inner side of the walls. So that's going to be one grid line. That is going to be another one. That is going to be the third one right here. Probably here is going to be the fourth one, fifth one, sixth one. These are used for construction purposes, and they are quite useful for that. Honestly, I'm thinking of adding a grid line here as well. I really want to add a grid line for this, but maybe that's not necessary. Sorry, I'm just thinking real quick. I'm just thinking how much we should add. Let's stick to these grid lines for this particular example. Then I'm going to create a rectangle. And my rectangle is going to be like so. So I'm just kind of drawing around the building, right? And I'm going to extend. So I'll select the rectangle. I'll extend these lines to that rectangle so that they penetrate through the building completely, like that. And also I will trim the lines that are extending away from the rectangle, like that. Once I've done that, I just can delete the rectangle altogether. So that's my grid lines, and they will have some sort of a markup at the end where I can kind of say what kind of grid lines I'm using. So I will just use let's just do a polyline, and let's just say the length is a meter. No, a meter is too much. 500 millimeters by 10 is too little. 50. Sure. 500 by 50. It's kind of a stylized ending for the grid line, and from its midpoint I will just kind of move it to the first grid line here, and I'll kind of copy it to all other positions like that. Take both of these, copy them to the other side like so, and same thing for the vertical ones. I'll just borrow this like so. I will rotate it, or not, rotate around this point, vertical, there we go. Move to the first one, from midpoint to end point here, copy, enter, and there we go. We just kind of go to town with them. Like that. Copy from the top midpoint to the bottom endpoint of the grid lines. Let's make sure that everything fits in the plan. Everything does fit in the plan. That's great. Let's go back here. So that's our grid lines. They do need markups, basically naming for the grid lines. So I will borrow this text. Yeah, this section markup text. I'll just copy it near the first horizontal grid line, something like so. Let's go for below it, right? And actually the text here can be smaller, so I'll just scale it down by 0.5 to a pretty small text. Let's just double check how it looks like. It's pretty small, but that's fine. And it's basically going to be horizontally, I'm going to have grid line A and B, and vertically I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So you always distinguish between directions by naming, and the naming is alphabetical in one direction, and in the other one it's numbers. Usually you use numbers for the direction which has more grid lines as well. So I'll just copy A, and this one I will just change to B. The axle doesn't need to have a grid line, to have any grid lines or any dimensions whatsoever. So A grid line, B grid line, that's great. Same thing for these guys right here. I'll just kind of take this, copy this, somewhere close by, doesn't need to be perfectly precise. I'll just rename this to 1. I'll just kind of make a copy of it. So that's going to be 1, that's going to be 2, 3, 4. Messed up with the 4. Copy. 4 and 5. Double click on the text, rename it to 2. Double click on the text, rename it to 3. The text 4 and the text 5. That's done. Now I just need to select these and copy them down. Copy. From here to here. Okay, so we have our grid line markups done. The grid lines themselves are still in the helper line layer, so I need to fix that. I will, or axes. I guess we need to call them axes. Sorry. Oh, wait, I'm not sorry. It's both grid lines and axes in this case. So I will select just the ends of them, and I will change them to text layer so that the ends are going to be red. And the axes themselves, I'm going to create a new layer for them. New layer, and I'll call it axis or axes, doesn't matter, axes. And I'll here for now just change the color of them to be also, well, maybe not yellow, maybe let's do orange, right? Just to distinguish between them. So these are going to be done in orange for now in the model space. I just select them. I messed that up. There we go. And we change this to axis layer. There we go. So that is done, almost. If I look at it in the plan layout, I can see the, why is this? Well, that's strange. It should be red, right? Because in the model space, it's red. Oh, sorry. Yeah, in model space, it's in the green layer. Why is it here still shown as black? Just give me a second. Layer helper. So it doesn't update. What the hell? That is a bug again. That is super weird. Sure, we can change them here while we are in the model space in the layout. I can force them to be in the text layer. I don't know why that happens. And now I messed it up. I messed up the scale. That's fine. We just kind of zoom into it. Zoom, enter, Z, enter, O, enter. Zoom into it. Double click out. Select the frame properties and change the scale again to 1:50. It's so super strange that it isn't that reactive. It didn't have these kind of bugs in previous versions. I assume you will not have these bugs if you're working with an older version. Anyway, the lines themselves, I want to change some properties of them. So I'll go to, or the axis lines, I'll go to layer properties. And here where I see axis, first of all, I'll change the color of them, and I'll change the color to probably dark red color. Let's just hope that it kind of works. Oh, need to be inside of the model space. Layer properties. Here we change the axis layer color to dark red. There we go. So that is done. But also, while I'm at it, I don't want this to be a solid line. I want this to be a dashed line. So I will mess around with the line type, right? The viewport, or yeah, viewport line type, right? So while I'm still here, where I see VP line type, I'll click on this continuous name here for the, wait, am I in the helper? No, for the axis continuous, and I'll load a line type that I want. And in this case, for these particular lines, I want it to be dash dot, long dash dot, that is used for the axis, right? So I'll just hit OK. So now it got imported and we can use this line type, right? And I'll just choose it and use OK. And now I can see that my line types have been updated and now they are dash dotted. You can change the line type scale, but I wouldn't suggest doing it if it works. Okay, so we have this going on. That's great. Let's jump into the section right here. And we kind of need to add the grid lines to the section as well. So I'll go back to the model space. My battery ran out of the camera. This is a long tutorial. Just give me a second. New battery, please. There we go. Should be good. So section, right? The way you add grid lines to the section once you have them in the plan is super simple. You just grab the ones that you already have made in the correct direction and you just copy them down, perfectly down, like so. That's it, that's done. That's done, because these perfectly align, right? You will not be seeing grid lines A and B in the section naturally. Then there's some change, and here it actually updates. I don't know. So here we need to change the display as well of these grid lines. So I'll go to layer properties. Well, double click layer properties, and here I will just change from the axis color to be that dark red color that I wanted, and the line weight or line type, VP line type, I will change, wait, line type, there we go, VP line type, I will change to dashed. Okay, that is done. And that is it. Okay. Okay. So we don't need to do anything with this. This looks fine. This looks fine. Oh yeah, and double click out of it so that you don't accidentally zoom in to the drawing. Now one last thing before we plot everything out is adding dimensions. And I'll start with the plan as per usual. I'll create a new layer called dim. Just kind of name it dim for dimensions, and I will make it red in this case. Or we are using red color, so let me make it orange, we are using pink. We are running out of colors here. Let's just have white then. That's fine. That's fine. So dimensions is going to be done in white color. Let's find it, dim. There we go. So dimensions, one last thing, right? If we go to the Annotate tab, here we have the settings for our text, for our dimensions, and whatnot. So there are presets already. So sorry, the dimensions tab is right here, right? Annotate tab, dimensions subtab, right here, and there are preset dimensions that we can see here, and these are not that great. We want to make our own. So what I'm going to click on is this Manage Dimension Styles. So again, you click on this drop-down box and you choose Manage Dimension Styles right here, which will give you this table where I can create a new dimension, right? And I'm going to do that exactly that, new. I'll call it my cool dimension. And I'll start with whatever, either standard or ISO. You do not start with annotative though. That is something else. Do not tick mark annotative. The way annotative works is as you're zooming out, the dimensions will increase in size. So they are kind of locked in size in terms of millimeters. You don't really want that in this particular project. In larger projects, you do use annotative, but that's going to be later. That's going to be much later. Use for all dimensions, yes. Okay, so do this, hit continue. And this is where you kind of set up all of your dimensions. So the first thing is color. Color is going to be by layer. That's important. So all of your dimensions are going to be colored by the layer in which they are in. Then line type is going to be by layer, and line weight is going to be by layer. So we are controlling the dimensions through layer, not through block. Then you have baseline spacing. If I change this to 500, for instance, nothing happens. Whatever, then we ignore it. Is it a bug again? We'll see if it's a bug or not. You do have suppression though. So suppression is, if you kind of change these things, you can see what changes here. So if we suppress dim lines, both of them, you don't see the arrows anymore, right? So we don't want that to happen. Extend beyond the dim lines, this is by the way in millimeters, so this is very small. If I change this to 10, you can see that these lines get extended much further. So here I'm just going to say, and this is where we're going to kind of start messing it up. For now, let's keep it at 10. We will come back to this. We will indeed come back to this. Everywhere where you see by block, you change to by layer. This is just the way you do it, by layer, right? We will come back to the extension in just a second, also to the offset. But for now, I want to change the symbols. So in architecture, we don't use arrows, we use dashes or ticks, architectural ticks, right? So the arrowheads are architectural ticks, the leader is architectural tick, or the leader can be a dot as well, that's fine. We can use a dot. For the arrow size, this is 2.5 millimeters in size. That is way too small because, you know, this is like 400 millimeters thickness. So we want the tick mark to be around 100 millimeters. And now you can see how it messes up the view. That's fine. We will fix it. Center marks, that we will not be working with center marks. That's fine. Arc length symbol, we don't care about anything else here. Yeah, so it's just these four things here. Then for the text, we will change the text height. So the text height right now is, again, oh, by the way, text color by layer, right? Text height, we will change this to higher text, of course. And we will use something around, I want to say 75 millimeters. I'll just do 75. And now you can see that we are back in business, right? So it's kind of back to what it was before. Text placement, I do want to offset it from, so it needs to be above the and centered to the dimension line. But I do want it to be offsetted above it a little bit more. So I'll just give it like, if the text size is 75, let's just offset it by 25. So it's kind of, it has a gap here. Text alignment aligned with dimension line, perfect, that's fine. Nothing else here. Fit. For the fit, the only thing that I change is text placement. If it doesn't fit in the dimensions, it needs to be over the dimension line with a leader. It's basically if text doesn't fit here, then it's going to kind of draw this line here, like an angled line, and it will show a text somewhere else. Then here you can see that it's like full it's not full numbers, it's with a comma, and we are dealing with millimeters, so we don't do this. We need to kind of show only full numbers. So under primary units, where it says precision, I will change the precision to 0. So it only gives us full numbers. Okay, so we have that done. Tolerances, we don't care about. Alternative units, we don't care about. Do we care about anything else here? No, we don't. Okay, back to lines tab. Under extended them lines, I had it as 10. So 10 now is super small. I will have it as 100. So the text extend, the dimension lines extend by 100. All right, I think that's it. I think that is it. That's all we need to do. Let me double check. Yeah, everything seems fine. I'll just hit OK. My cool dimension is now my new created dimension style. I'll click close. I'll make sure that it's my active dimension style here. And now I can start adding dimensions. So in the top and on the side here, I want to add dimensions, and also I kind of want to anchor the dimensions to somewhere, maybe the corner here, or maybe this intersection between 1 and A is going to be my anchoring point. That's fine. So these guys will have dimensions anchored to the axes, while on this side, I can just kind of add some additional dimensions here and there that I want to showcase. Maybe I won't. Maybe just for the windows. Let's do it. So my cool dim is my active dimension, and here I have two options for the dimension styles. Well, there's actually more options here, because if you want an aligned dimension, you can have that as well. I will show you all of them, or at least 3 of them. So linear dimension is basically, if I click on it, and I click on first point, click on the second point, drag it out, you know, that is a linear dimension. So the thing about linear dimension is that it can only go either horizontally or vertically. Right? It can't go at an angle. If I want it at an angle, I need to use what's called an aligned dimension. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah, there it is. Okay. So we click on the small icon right next to linear dimension, expand it, and we can see aligned dimension here. If I select aligned and I click, then it creates this angled dimension, right? So for this particular building, we won't need any aligned dimensions. Just know that you can have those. I will just be using linear from here to here. And if you want to have if you don't want to kind of keep repeating the dimension command, you can use continue, this tool right here, which basically just will continue on from the last dimension that you've done. And you can just kind of then only click once. And once you're done, you just hit enter. And it's going to add the dimensions, right? So then usually the way I do it is I create a single linear dimension. And then if I want to continue from it, I just click on continue and then do it that way. Now for the for some additional anchoring, I will do a linear dimension between the corner of the building to the axis 1. That is going to be 400 millimeters. Then I'll continue it until the start of the window, then until here, and then I'll kind of continue it all the way through to the end of the building, like so. So now I have registered these 2 corner points here and also the position of the window according to those 2 corner points. And I'll do the same thing here. A single linear dimension from here to here, or sorry, my bad. First of all, from here to here, then continue it until here, here, and actually just until here. We don't need to anchor it to here, or do we? Well, maybe we can. Why not? So that's done. That is done. If we look at it in the plan view, that is how it looks like. And again, in the plan view, it's not showing. Oh yeah, that's fine. It doesn't need to show up as red for now, but I will double click inside. I will go to the layer properties tab, and for dimensions, I will change their color to red, like that. Ooh, okay, so that's done. That is done. Now for the section. So for the section, typically you do have dimensions here, but since this is such a small project, I will not be adding them. But what you do have is you have elevations, right? You mark out different altitudes for different things. So we won't have a lot of elevations here. We will have one here. I'll just kind of draw lines here. There's going to be an elevation here. And I want an elevation here, but that doesn't really matter. And an elevation here. Well, yeah, and elevation showing what's 0. What do we consider to be 0, right? So these are the elevations that I want to mark out, and for that I first need a markup of the elevations. So there are different styles of markups. The one that I like using is this. So we start drawing from the horizontal line, and I'll just do like 500 mil. That's too large. Let's do 250 millimeters, like so. So we just have like this horizontal line that's 250 millimeters. Then I'm gonna draw down by let's say 50 millimeters, like that. This is going to be my helper line, and this is enough for me to this amount of lines is enough for me to draw out my markup. So let me do it real fast. Polyline tool, from this left hand side point to the end to the bottom, then we move across up like that, and we extend it like so. Right? So this is, you can treat this polyline basically as an arrow showing looking downwards, right? And then I'm just gonna borrow a number here, since I already have it. Move like that, and I'm just going to kind of change the layer of the number to dimensions, double click on it, and change it to plus x point xxxxx, or 3 x's, right? That is how altitudes are written. while dimensions are written in millimeters, altitudes are always written in meters with 3 digits after the comma. This is how you distinguish between what's an altitude and what's an elevation, or what's a dimension rather. So let me copy this. From this point, I will want to show this point here. I will want to show this point here. I will want to show this point here. And you can see the graphical problems that we will have. I will fix them. I will want to show this point here, point on the ground, and this point right here. Right, so let's get rid of the helper lines now. That. No need for that, and that. Oh, and that. And now let's start kind of cleaning everything up. So this guy right here intersects with the building, so we don't want that. I will just move it to the side, and I will create one more line segment that kind of does its thing like so. And for this one, the same thing, but in this case, it doesn't need to extend too much, a little bit more, like that. Line segment, drag it out like so. Everything else is okay. Everything else is not in the way. So now let's add the numbers, right? So always the floor plate, like the top of the floor, is 0.000. So it's neither plus nor minus, it's actually plus minus, right? So I will, how do you, I forgot how to insert a special character. Oh no. Well, if you don't, if you can't use a special character, you can always do this, plus minus. That works as well, 0.000, right? That is our starting elevation, and that is our floor plate. Then I know that this is, let me just, actually I don't, let me measure the distance. This is 1.1 meters above the floor plate, right? So this is going to be plus 1.100, right? That's the altitude. And this one is going to be, again, measure distance from here to here, 2750. So it's going to be plus 2.750. Then here we will have probably, I'll just measure this, 700. So 3450. 34. Feels weird. Wait, is it really 3450? Yes, it is. Okay. And then this height right here, distance from, let's see, this line to here, 2300 plus 2.300. And the last one here, it's going to be, I remember I just moved it by 5 centimeters down, so it's going to be negative, right? Minus 0.050. That's it. That's all of the elevations. Let's look at them in this section. That's how they look like in this section, and I want to change their colors in this section as well. So I'll go to layer properties, double click. Don't forget to double click. Go to layer properties, dimension, and here just change it to whatever color we're using. We are using red color for these markups. Double click out. We're good to go. Okay, so we have our plan, we have our section, and all of them have dimensions. Okay, last thing to do is to actually plot this out, right? To create a PDF. Or actually, let me, I'm now scared that I'm rushing and I will forget something important. So let me just double check. Match properties. Okay, that's one that we can that I can show you as well. One last trick, I guess. If you have, let's say, a line, here, right? Come on, align, right? And it's in dimensions layer and you want to change its layer, you can match properties, MA, shortcut for it is MA, and then you choose source object. So let's see this guy right here, right? And then you just click on the object to which you want to match the properties to, like that. And it's going to move it in the same layer as the source and change its all of the properties to be the same of the source. Usually it's used for hatches. If I have a hatch, you know, something like this, and I want to make it exactly the same as this, I can match properties, MA, enter, from this hatch to this hatch, right? So it just kind of matches these two hatches together. Quite useful, quite a useful little tool. No, we are not still plotting it out. I haven't told you about the, I haven't done one last thing, which is adding dashed lines. Here we won't have any dashed lines, will we? Almost nothing is above. But here we will have a dashed line because there's like a cupboard above. And that cupboard is going to be a little bit thinner than the block here. So I'm going to create a new layer and I'll change it to dashed. So this layer will have all of the dashed lines. And I'll change the dashed lines color to also yellow. Let's go for yellow, that's fine. And in the line type, I will change, actually I will change it here in the line type. I will change it to I'll load it and I'll change it to just ISO dash. Okay, choose it, okay. And now we have a dashed layer that's yellow and that has a line type of the dash, right? The dash. So now in that layer, dash layer, I'll just create a polyline here. That's going to go all the way to here, and we can kind of do this. That would look pretty cool. Nah, let's stick to it. 350, let's say, like that, and that. So this is basically a cupboard above, and you can see it's dashed, but the dash is very, very thin. Let's see if it's actually so thin in the plan here, and it's not, right? That's because, well, you don't really see it, do you? It's super yellow. So let me change the color of it to black. There we go. So it is dashed here, right? Oh, messed it up. By the way, if you can't zoom out or click out of the model space as you're in the viewport, you can always click here where it says model. You can click on it, and then you are going to be in the paper space, right? So you don't necessarily need to click out. So let me fix this again. Come on. Z, enter, O, enter. Double click out. Select this. Properties. Keep messing it up. I just keep messing it up. 1 to 50. What's that? That's done. Okay. So now that's a dashed line right there. Whew. Last thing, thicknesses. Right? Everything right now is the same thickness. We don't want that. We want the thicknesses to be different. And I will use global values rather than local values for thicknesses. So I'll do that in the model space rather than individually or separately in every layout. So I'll go to the layer properties tab here, and thicknesses are controlled through line weights. So the thinnest line that you can have, which still prints out by most of the plotters, is 0.09 millimeters. Anything thinner than that, some older printers will have problems with it. And by older, I mean printers that are used a lot. So in the school, for instance, anything lower than 0.09 will not print out that well. When I say 0.09, I mean 0.09 millimeters. So those will not print out that well. So instead, we are going to lock our smallest distance or smallest thickness of the line to 0.09. And then everything besides it, we will kind of keep increasing in thickness in regards to that. There's something else that I wanted to mention. Oh, right. If you're printing with white lines above black background, so white on black, then your thickness of the lines needs to be a little bit thicker because there is a little bit of color bleed, right, of the black color. So if your lines are too thin, they will get eaten up. So if you're printing with white on black, I would suggest smallest line thickness to be 0.12 millimeters rather than 0.09. So here with the line weights, let's go to town with them. So axes are usually very thin, so I'll use 0.09 on them. Dashed line is also a thin one. I'll use 0.09. Definition points, I have no idea what those are. We ignore them. Dimension lines are usually a little bit thicker, so I'll use 0.13. Hatch depends on your style, but I prefer using very thin lines, 0.09. Helper, we are not using helper layer. We're not printing with the helper layer, so we don't care. Inner, that's inner lines for the trees. Those can be super thin, 0.09. Then we have layout text. That can be a little bit thicker, 0.15. Medium line thickness needs to be thicker than all of these. So I'll choose 0.2. No print, that's important. Remember we created the no print layer? That one shouldn't be printed, so we control it through the line weights. We scroll down, we don't scroll down, we scroll up and we see 0.00, right? That's the no print, basically lines that don't have any thickness. So no print will have 0.00. Outer line for these things will probably be medium, so same as medium, so I will use 0.2. Text can be somewhere in between, something close to dimensions. So dimensions are 0.13, so let's use that, 0.13 for the text. Thick lines, I will go for 0.4, so double the thickness of the outer lines. And thin lines are of course thin, 0.09. Yeah, let's see. Let's take a look. You can't really see it here. We need to start plotting it out for you to actually see it, right? So let's plot everything out. Shortcut for plotting stuff out or exporting PDFs is P. No, I lie, it's not P. Just write plot, I guess. Plot, enter. It will ask you for this. We noticed that you have multiple drawings. It's available for plotting multiple sheets at once. What do you want to do? So you can either plot out all of them at once, or you can plot them out one by one. For this particular purpose, I will be plotting them out one by one, just so that I can show you how you can combine them with the online tools into one PDF, right? So I will say continue to plot a single sheet, right? But you can use try batch plot. You can use that as well. So I'll continue. It's going to kind of give me this plot settings again. And I can actually click on preview here. to see how it's going to look like. Produced by Autodesk student version. Great. So yeah, that's education version right there. So we are going to be plotting out this, right? I just click the close button. I hit OK. And I'll just plot it to my desktop. Let me just create a new folder here. I'll just call it plot raw. Plot raw. Why are you crashing again? Location is not available. It is. It's right here. Oh my God. PDF document. Sure. I'll call it. We're plotting out the plan, so I'll just call it plan. Hit save. And it's done. And I can kind of take a look at it right here. Desktop, plot raw, plan. Double click that. For some reason rotated. That's whatever. Why is it rotated? You shouldn't be rotated. Don't be weird. Let's see. It's landscape format. That's fine. What if I use a different plotting technique, Adobe PDF? And I plot it this way. I'm just kind of checking what works more stable at this point. So I'll overwrite it, and I need to close this to be able to override it. Let's see if Adobe PDF will do us good. Definitely slower, definitely slower. Come on, you can do it. It's not a big project. Oh my God, man. Oh, there we go. It's also rotated. Okay, so that's weird, but that's fine. We can have it rotated. That's okay. So we have that. Then let's do the section. By the way, shortcut, even faster shortcut is Ctrl+P. Continue. Plot. I'll just use the regular one. Hit OK. That's section. Save. And then for AXO, Ctrl+P. Plot. A3. Okay. AXO. Save. And of course you will have more. You will have the title page as well, but I'm curious to see what you'll come up with, so I will not be showing you the title page. Let me just save this file just in case it crashes again. So we have these three. We have the plan right here. We have the AXO right here, and we have the section, which I mispronounced right here. Right? Everything seems to be in order, even though it's a little bit messy. Then what you can do, honestly, like I shouldn't probably be showing you this, but what you can do is you can open them up in Photoshop. Let me just really quickly show you how to kind of connect this to the previous course that we had. So let's open up Photoshop. I'll just take all three of these, drag and drop them in as copies, and I will, as I have dropped them in, it's going to ask me for how do I want to import this. Very important to have media box set as cropping rather than bounding box. That's very important. Everything else is whatever. Hit OK. Then here, media box, OK. And here, media box. Okay, so we have now them opened up in Photoshop, which means that here I can mess around with them. I can go to image rotation, counterclockwise, image, oops, that's canvas size, that's bad. Image rotation, counterclockwise, image rotation, counterclockwise. So I have them like rotated back to normal orientation, and I also can add like create a new layer, drag it below the existing layer, grab the white color, shift F5 to fill, and basically just create white background that way. So I'm gonna do the same thing for all of them, like that. Like that. And also I can, while I'm at it, I can come in here and I can kind of select the Autodesk student version thing and just, no, this was done with a professional version, right? No, it's a normal professional version. Oops. Control D or Control Z. There we go. This one will need a little bit more precision. Delete that. A little bit of crap is left there, but the teacher will not notice, trust me. Delete that. Delete that. And the last one, delete that. Okay, so that is cleaned up. While I'm here, I can kind of, ooh, you can still see a little bit of the border. No. We delete the border. There we go. So I messed up a little bit there. Apparently, that particular plotting technique still keeps like a tiny bit of the border. That's fine. There's also an option for you to go in here. Where is it? Go in here, select this object, and I believe there needs to be like no print option here. Yeah, there we go. So there's also like this whole segment here where we can change the border, the no print layer, to be actually no print, like so, right? If you click on this, it's not going to be printed out. That's something to know. So it's either changing it to 0.000 millimeters in thickness or not printing it out altogether. Apparently, 0.000 doesn't always work, which is news to me. It used to work. I feel old. Oh yeah, axle. We need to clean up the axle. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Nope. I am deleting the wrong things. Or rather the wrong layer. There we go, there we go. There we go. And now precision. Precision, there we go. Good enough. Good enough. What else can we do with this? I don't really want to do anything more with this. You could, while you're in Photoshop, you could kind of add color, texture, or whatnot to it, but I don't really want to do it. What I want to do is clean this bad boy up. So this is actually, this shows very well the difference between vector graphics and raster graphics. See how the lines are not infinite in resolution anymore? This is because we're dealing with them in Photoshop, right? And Photoshop works with pixels. So these three are now cleaned up. I'll just save them. Just Control S to save. Choose Photoshop PDF. I'll go to my desktop, plot raw, and I'll just kind of override them. Or let's just do AXO clean, like that. I will not be saving the layer, so I'll untick that. I'll hit save, hit OK. Everything else here is fine. Hit save. And same thing here. PDF, plan, clean, no layers, save. Section PDF, section clean, no layers, save. Okay, we're almost there. Last thing is combining them. So you can either combine them with Adobe PDF by just kind of selecting all three of them, or Acrobat Reader, selecting all three of them, right-clicking on them, and choosing combine files in Acrobat. So if you don't have that option, right? If you don't have that option, then you you need to use the website Combine PDFs Online, which is also super neat. Drop your files here. Exoplan section. There we go. Drag and drop them in. It's uploading, it's done. And now I can kind of arrange them. So first I want the plan, then I want the section, then I want the axo, and then I just click on combine. And now it's downloaded here. Go in folder. My computer is just not up to par today. Come on, you can do it. It's just opening a folder. There we go. So we have that, and I'll just add it to the plot raw folder, sure. And I'll say AADA05 Kyriakis Gediminas, right? Then I will I can either email it to myself and use the how is it called? Remote student desktop to log into one of the computers and open up the email from the computer in the school and upload it to the server from there, which is a viable solution and super easy to do. Or I can just simply, if you are a little bit more technology focused, I guess, you can just connect to the VPN, and then you will have access to the servers. This is a little bit harder to do though. But then you just kind of go to the temp folder, unprotected, and then you just simply drag and drop in your file. That's it. You have successfully finished the course. Right? Let's look at the file. This is how it looks like. The thicknesses of the lines are okay. They're not spectacular, but they are fine. I would probably, if I needed to kind of readjust them, I would probably increase the thickness in some cases. Let's look at it at 100%. I would increase the thicknesses in certain cases. The hash is fine. The thin lines could be a little bit thicker though. And the medium line could be a little bit thicker. Other than that, this is okay. That's the section. Section is okay. Section looks fine. And the axo looks great. Simple, minimalist. I like it. Right, that is it. Hope you will have fun finishing up the project. I know it's a lot of information in the last bit of these tutorials, but that is all of the information that you need to produce any kind of project, honestly. So that's great. Now, once you're done with the course, you are full-fledged architects. Just kidding. Anyway, go and have fun with the projects. I'll see you next time. Bye.